So welcome back. I'm Ang, and with me is gonna be Soft Brilliant, who is way more knowledgeable about these games than I am. So hopefully
everyone.
He will provide you with the sick deeds about how these games work, and I will be providing you with the speed. So just before we start, because I am directly streaming and there's no restreaming, how's the audio balance? Is the audio balance fine? Well, alright, so we will start on normal. And let's just go, we have almost 5 hours to go, so 3, 2, 1, speed. And this game fortunately comes with a cutscene skip, so we don't need to fast forward over cutscenes anymore.
We'll still have to wait another game for a full all scene skip though. Some of the black screens in this game are pretty long.
Yeah, we're gonna have a lot of those. And here's the first battle. The game doesn't explain anything at this point, so this is basically similar to what we saw in Cold Steel 1, where there's the prologue that just shows a scene from later in the game. And basically it just gives us too little time to explain how the game works, so it's not gonna be explaining much. And we're gonna explain the battle system in more detail once we get to the...
I don't know what the stream category says, but this is a 100% an out-of-bounds run. I don't know why the stream is saying that this is a no out-of-bounds run.
Yeah, I don't know where that came from. That's not that shouldn't be there. Well, that's a lie. I can tell you that much. Oh, this fight went a little bit off because I was too focused on the stream stuff, but... Okay, so we cleared this fight a little bit slow. In this fight we don't have to kill both of them, we just need to reduce one of their HP below the red mark on their HP bar. And we're gonna be using...
You can also win this by being defeated, but I think their damage might be so low that's slower.
Yeah, if you try to wait for being defeated, it's gonna be way too slow. And I don't want to target the other one, because if I do that, it might give me some... Like, if I target both of them, I might get the rush or the follow-up on the wrong target. And I don't want that. So you can do whatever. Oh, that's rude. That kind of slows me down. And yeah, this follow-up should do it. Alright, so that's the prologue. Well, the flash-forward part of the prologue. Anyway, we have the actual prologue coming up. So, that's normally like 2.5 minutes. And we have more cutscenes. Basically, what's the point of this game is that Reen has graduated, and he has now become a teacher in this branch school. So, Ito's military academy got split into 2 schools. And this is the branch school.
He will now spend this game being bullied by his students rather than his classmates.
Yes. Pretty much. So this is Altina. She's gonna help us through first segment of this tutorial dungeon. Simple fight, so we just gotta attack the right one first, because Yuna cannot reach the other one, or the right one. And sometimes Yuna is faster than Kurt in this fight, which is not normal, but sometimes it happens like it did. And the reason we're using Altina here is that her normal field attack stuns these enemies, so we get a preempt.
One of the major difficulties with running this game is how random the default turn order is at the start of every single battle in the run. Which is, I don't even know how it works at this point. It's basically a complete mystery even to me. I just know that sometimes even with double the speed of another target, you can completely outspeed your ally with double your speed and go first before them. Like, I know that's possible.
Oh, whoops. Well, that works, but that was supposed to be done with Rin. Okay, so here we get introduced to Yuna's gunner mode, so she can switch her weapons to range mode, which is actually useful mostly for counters, because one range counters are kind of bad, but gun counters are really good. She does a little bit less damage when she's in gunner mode, but
she loses like 20 points of strength. It's really not a ton. But yeah, she does deal slightly less damage. You can actually see that she has different weapons in the equipment menu, one for her gunner mode and one for her striker mode. And you can see the stat differences for each and every weapon in the game.
And here we link Kurt and Rin because they do the most damage at this point. And we just... Yeah, this is a no turbo run. The category is wrong. It should be no S-Crafts, no turbo. I don't know if I have time to fix that, probably not. But if there's any like other mod in chat, you can... No, you cannot because it's in my scene. Whatever. So I can fix it. It's a lie. Sorry about that. I did not realize. This is the most difficult of this fight. We're gonna use a rush with Kurt and Rin again to make this a little bit faster. And the big mechanic that was introduced in this, well, not introduced I guess, but like the big mechanic of this game is the brave points you can see on the top right, which control a lot of what we can do.
To be specific, what will be introduced in this game are a lot of the new tools to use Brave Points. Previously, you could only have Rush and Burst, as we saw in the last run with the Cold Steel 1 run. Now we'll be able to use Brave Orders and invest into points for buffs in this game. We'll be making very heavy use of this later in the run.
Yeah, and you will be hearing me talking a lot about these Brave Points, because in this run, the routing of Brave Points is really fluctuating due to various reasons.
Yeah, there are no ways to restore Brave Points when outside of combat, so that can be a huge problem for the run, because you don't want to enter extra fights to restore more Brave Points.
So I got a crit turn here, so I can just finish this fight with one Crescent Flash. Normally we would use 2 attacks instead. And we are ready with the tutorial fights, and now we have the final tutorial, which is the tutorial boss. And first menu coming up. Whoops. We just switch our master quads around a little bit. And then... Now we are introduced to orders, so maybe you can talk about the orders while I do this fight.
So basically, Brave Orders, you spend a bit of BP on your turn, and this grants you an instant buff. Here, we see that we're using Raging Fire, which grants a 20% damage bonus, and also 10 CP instantly. Brave Orders are an extremely important part of the run, since they're extremely powerful for the most part. But you'll see that the Brave Order lasts a certain amount of player turns displayed on the top right of the screen, and its effects are also displayed on the its current effects are also displayed on the top right of the screen.
It's a little bit rude. The enemy's not too low on HP yet. You cannot finish this fight before the enemy uses Enhance anyway, but we'd rather not have it heal itself, which unfortunately happens here. It's really hard to get a turn between the Enhance and the heal. But we got plenty of turns before he gets to move again, so we should be able to clean this up. But if you are really lucky, you get a turn between the Enhance and the heal, which makes this fight a lot faster. But there we go, we finished the tutorial. And we can end the chapter 1. So we got more cutscenes to skip. And this game is structured in a way that you have like... Basically the first segment of each chapter is this like school segment, where you just walk around the school and talk to people. And then we have a town segment, which is short in all chapters except the first one. Then we have the practice segment, which is the same thing we just did. And finally we have the mech battle practice segment. And then we have the field trip, which is the meat of each chapter. But now we just walk around the school. Luckily the game has a very generous fast travel system. So once we've been to a part of the school, we can just warp there. So this shouldn't take too long. If I know where I'm going, I should be going up the stairs. And here we get introduced to how to make quartz, which is something you get introduced in every Trails game. And we're gonna make an action 1, what a surprise. We want speed once again. That's just how these games work. And that's the school part. So we just went through a few discussions. And now we've gotta talk to our students in the dorms. Also doesn't take too long. Thanks to, we don't even need to climb the stairs, we just warp between the floors. And that's day 1.
Now I'm just imagining Reen using instant transmission all over the school, which makes for a funny image. Where did you come from? I don't know, man. I just thought of it and I went there.
Yeah, and now we're gonna explore the town. This is pretty much the only time we're gonna be visiting the town in this run. And only because we have to. We gotta... Pretty much the same as CS1. Like, in general, this game is like Cold Steel 1.2. It's a really similar game in structure and a lot of the teams as well. It's like a new beginning. But you have now Reen students instead of Reen being the student. So we got our first side quest as well. This one's mandatory. We gotta track some shipment. Because this professional delivery company just doesn't know how to hand shipments out properly.
Yeah, and now you need to go track back the 5 guys who got their packages mixed up all in a row.
Yeah, we also did a optional side quest, one of the, I think, 4 we're gonna be doing in this run. Which gives us a Spirit Incense, which is a really good healing item. but we're gonna sell it for money, of course, because it sells for 10k. And now we have the Vantage Masters card game, which we have to play here. And it's faster to lose this game, but unfortunately the kid's not very good at this game. So this can take between 3 and 4 turns. Oh yeah, it doesn't. It also gives me bad advice at the start. So this is kind of like a Hearthstone copy, but it has more spaces on the board and it has like 2 rows. And your leaders on the field. And we just want to suicide as fast as we can.
Thankfully, the extra counter damage done by the enemy fighter back to us helps with this, since we take 2 damage here instead of the standard 1 damage.
Yeah. This fight is a lot of RNG. Because he may place his leader in spots that are not good for us. Like hit it just now next to the shielding minion. So we cannot attack the leader, we have to attack the minion. And now it's a good spot, except, yeah, now the leader's in the back row, so we can't attack the leader once again. But at least the minion is a little bit buffed, so we can lose 2 life points on the minion. And also prevent the leader from being next to it if we want to suicide on our 4th turn. So I don't think he's gonna be winning this turn, it's gonna go to the 4th turn at least. Yeah, and it's in the back row, so we gotta just wait for him to finish on the 4th. There's no point in us attacking anything now. And unfortunately he wants to play all of his cards before he's gonna take the win, so if this goes to the 4th turn, it loses a lot of time. But normally it goes to the 4th turn, so that's the norm. You can just save a lot of time if it doesn't happen. Luckily, that's the only time we have to actually play the game. Oh yeah, I forgot this game. Alright, so we're gonna buy some stuff and then we're gonna proceed.
Should I talk a bit about why this isn't why this is a no S-craft run or not?
Yeah, just talk about it. I will be doing this.
Effectively, like other Cold Steel games, you might know that S-crafts feature extremely prominently in these runs. And so most fights can tend to get extremely repetitive, which is why this category exists in this game. The problem is that often enough, not using S-crafts tends to be extremely slow in most of the Cold Steel games. However, in this game, there's actually an alternative strategy that we can actually use that is still actually kind of fast. So no S-crafts is not a terrible run in Cold Steel 3, unlike other Cold Steel games. They also nerfed S-craft damage in this game. However, for some reason, I do not know, the developers decided that the 200 CP damage bonus mechanic would be at plus 150% in Cold Steel 3. So, despite all the damage nerfs, S-crafts basically deal just as much damage as long as they're 200 CP in this game. Yeah, so, S-crafts are extremely strong, to say the least, in this game.
Well, luckily we have other strong stuff as well, and we're gonna be putting our strat together like piece by piece. So in Chapter 1 we have a little bit of our strat, Chapter 2 we have a little bit more of it, and then in Chapter 3 we're gonna be like in full destruction mode basically, and you will be seeing
that's 2 misses
how
on
exactly
the
it's
enemy.
gonna happen. These guys have quite a lot of evasion actually, so this fight you often do get misses. If it goes really well, you finish this fight in 3 hits. But usually it's more like 4 or 5. So 4 there was pretty decent. This is Altina. She's Miriam's sister. And a lot of the chests we're gonna be picking up are either some quartz that we are gonna be combining into other quartz later, or just separate or new materials.
But yeah, our local eccentric professor has asked us to do his personalized dungeon that he's put in the middle of this academic facility. So we're currently doing this dungeon.
That was a good fight. We got it through it without the enemies getting many turns.
Yeah.
So basically at the very beginning we're just going to be using normal crafts, which are perfectly fine for this part of the game. Although in the next boss fight we're going to be using magic. With Altina, at least. I'm just going to be doing a menu. I won't talk about during these menus because they are kind of complex, and also if I fail some of them, it's bad.
The next boss is weak to win, so you'll see that ENK is equipping an airstrike.
And we also got Saintly Force, which is one of the best buffs in the game. Especially for what we are about to do.
Due to how damaged, Saintly Force grants an instant plus 45 to your strength and arc strength stats, which is a lot due to how damage is calculated in these games. Basically, what happens is that the enemy defense is subtracted from your damage.
That's rude.
So it actually does. So the damage increase is a lot more than just 45%. Much of the time, especially on weaker attacks like the airstrike we're currently using.
This fight's going really bad. We got the bad thing.
Yeah, while we were casting, the boss impeded us, which severely delays our turns for casting. Which is a huge problem, as you're seeing right now, as the boss is actually getting turns right now and is actually getting to deal damage to us.
And was able to use its heal, which is the worst part. And we are running out of SP. Oh, yeah, TP. So this fight's actually going really bad right now. If it gets the thing off where he does the impede, that's usually when this fight goes bad.
This fight is arguably the hardest fight is arguably one of the hardest fights in the game for standard players, so this isn't too uncommon in standard play as well.
Okay, we made it through, but that was really slow. Yeah, normally you just don't want the impede to happen, because the other problem with the impede is that it does damage to everyone. And we normally rely on the fact that the damage gets spread between Rin and Million. And the impede just does a lot of damage, and it delays our damage. So the other problem was that I broke him just immediately before his turn, so I wasn't able to really get any hits in during the break. Alright, so next we have mech battles, so can you walk us through these?
So basically during mech battles, the enemy has 3 different body parts: the heads, the body, and the arms. Depending on which one you hit, you have a chance of getting a free follow-up attack, which generates BP. BP is then used to trigger extremely powerful attacks, as we'll probably get to see in a moment.
Yeah, and this fight is scripted.
Yeah, here's this extremely powerful attack I was talking about. But generally, mech battles tend to be quite tight in most of these speed runs.
And sometimes we get memes because if we hit the wrong part or there is just no part with 4 stars on it, then we are not guaranteed the unbalance from our attack. In this fight we have guaranteed unbalanced targets in each stance of the enemy, but in the next one we don't, so we're gonna hope that we don't get memed. Alright, so let's see if we get memed. Because we have to hit his head in when he's in the normal stance. And it only has 3 stars. So the unbalance is, I believe it's 75%.
I never have tested exact unbalance rates, but I would assume that this is the case.
But now this is guaranteed, so we got the best possible fight here. We got both unbalances on the head, and then we got the break when it's offering us this. The hand, that's 4 stars. And they should finish the fight. That was a good fight. And that finishes our school part of this chapter, so now we're gonna go on the field trip. In field trips, so basically we have 3 classes in this branch school. We have class, I think it's 6, that is like combat.
8 is combat, and 9 is field tactics.
Oh, was it 8 and 9?
Yeah, it's 7, 8, and 9 in this game.
Yeah. So basically class 7 was moved from the main school to here, because they wanted to standardize, make the main school more proper, and don't have this riffraff class there, because the Imperial Prince Cedric entered that school. And Reen is now the teacher of the new class 7. And new class 7 does pretty much what class 7 did in the previous game, or in Cold Steel 1. So we go to places, talk to the locals and fix their issues, and do a whole lot of side quests, which of course we know we won't be doing because we want to go fast. But our first field location is this area of St. Ark, and I'm just gonna switch the leader to Altina.
We just gained a guest character in the form of Claire. Normally her Brave Order is extremely strong, allowing for basically instant stun locks as long as an enemy is broken, but sadly we won't be getting to use her much during the run as her availability is extremely limited.
Yeah, we have her in 2 spots, but we don't fight with her in... No, we have her in 3 spots. We could use her order in one of them, but we have better things by then. So here we are checking out the situation in St. Ark. And they give us a bunch of quests, 2 of which we have to do. Or they give us like a main quest and then these 4 side quests, and one of the side quests is mandatory. Basically what's happening in this area is that there's a bunch of killer robots on the loose, and who better to deal with the problem than one teacher and like 3 students who just ended military school. And we're gonna pick up our mandatory side quest from this cathedral. We gotta go find some herbs. It's basically the same quest that was in 1, I think. Or we are at least looking for the same herbs. Right, so we're coming up on our first shop. It's not too complicated. We're gonna buy 1 extra Master Quartz.
Yes, completely wild feral robots. There is nothing wrong at all going on here.
We won't be doing any cooking, so we're just gonna sell all of our ingredients here. And we're gonna buy Oberon, which is a Master Quartz that has a passive that ignores status effects for 7%, which is kinda nice. But the main reason is we want Nemesis Arrow, which it learns on level 2. I'm gonna go up, this is bigger menu and shop here, so I'm just gonna shut up. Oh, this is skippable. Oh. And we do a formation like this so we don't get AoE'd. Yeah, one of the reasons I like playing this game with no turbo is that the normal movement speed is already kind of fast. So you don't need turbo to feel like you're going fast, that's really nice. So we gotta clean up the first set of robots. This is a simple fight, we just use crafts. And hope they don't hit Kurt too many times, because if Kurt gets hit 3 times, he kinda dies. And he's holding Oberon right now, and we need all the EXP for Oberon that we can get. So if Kurt's dead when any enemy dies, we lose EXP on Oberon, and that's bad. Also, cursor mechanics in this game are wild. So you will often see me pause for a little bit when I move the targeting cursor, just because I have to confirm that it actually went where it's supposed to. Because it's based on the camera somehow, and it's just really weird how it works. Like sometimes the direction you need to press is not even remotely close to where the person actually is. Oh, he didn't reach anyway. Nice. Probably didn't need the iron rule there, but... Okay. Oh, a little bit of slow fight. I didn't need to switch the link there. Switching link is kind of fast, so we do it quite a lot. Because Reen is like way stronger than the other 3 people right now. Oh yeah, we have 2. But that was the first mech fight basically. That one's pretty much what we did in the tutorials as well, just use crafts. And buff Reen with Saintly Force once. That's pretty much it. Now we're gonna go to the hotel, we need our CP back. So we have to pay for the hotel. Normally we would just go to the train and take a shower, but because it's free and faster. But we are not allowed to go there right now. Oh, just walk. So our next task, we're gonna go find the herbs that we were asked to find. And for the next boss fight, I want to be at 5 BB at the start of the fight. And I was at 5 at the end of the last fight, so that is good. Yeah, basically the game resets your levels, unlike between 1 and 2, where it gives you the at least like impression that you kept your levels, even though they are just set to a certain amount. This game does reset your levels to pretty low numbers again, because this is kind of a new arc. So the Trails games, they do come in pairs, basically. This is a mob fight that we just have to take, nothing special here. If I was lower on BB, then I would have to hope that I get some here, but I already have 5. The only thing you don't want to do in this fight is use Green's CP, because we're gonna need a lot of his CP in the next fight. Okay, it's probably gonna get a heal off. Well, it tries, but it's not fast enough, so that's nice. Most of the time...
casting an offensive spell, actually, there.
Oh yeah, it was red. Hello? Normally they heal themselves. But if it was casting an offensive spell, that might explain why it wasn't able to get it off. Because the casting time of offensive spells is bigger in comparison to the support odds, but they have less recovery after the cast. Is it 50-50 for all offensive spells and 20-80 for all support spells? Do you remember?
20. That's the ratio in Kuro no Kuseki. But in Cold Steel 3 and in Cold Steel 3, the cast time for offensive spells is slightly longer than half the cast time.
Okay, that makes sense. But we don't need to worry about cast times.
Yeah,
soon enough.
Soon enough, we will not have to worry at all about cast times. We're just gonna divide our... well, I won't spoil it.
Yeah, we're gonna see it. Alright, this fight is long, and this is the only fight where we're gonna use Altina's order, which is a really strong order casually, but it's not very fast to use. But it makes you rather invulnerable. Oh wait. Are you willing to cut now? Okay, so we use the same strats as the last fight, except we do this weird move here. So Altina can basically hit all of the enemies with her line craft. And then we use the Ebon Crest. And you can see the effect on the right side. It's 100% absolute reflect for 4 turns. That's basically anything will be reflected back to the enemy.
I think I can literally think of only a single attack of 2 attacks basically in this whole game that bypass this, which are basically event triggers that say that you must instantly lose this fight, and a single attack which only sends you down to 200 HP. That's it. This is absolute reflection, alright?
Yeah, if you can keep this up like entire fights, then you are just basically invulnerable forever. And it costs 3 CP, so if you are able to grab 3 CP between the casts, then you're good. But since it only protects us from damage and doesn't do more damage, we don't use it much in the speedrun, because it's just not fast.
Reflects also take a lot of animation time in individual fights.
Yeah, the only reason we're actually really using it here is the slow that these enemies would cast on us. We don't actually need it for the damage as much. It's just that they have a really nasty slow.
Beat down in Trails of Cold Steel 3 just hurts a lot in general.
Alright, we got the Nemesis Arrow from Oberon, which is what we needed from it. And now we have the most annoying herb picking I've ever seen. The coloring is absolutely catastrophic here. Like, spotting these is a nightmare. This is the hardest part of the run, almost. Alright, we got the order of the day.
Divine Song Formation.
And now we're just gonna turn in the herbs, and I was able to navigate those doors quite nicely this time. And now we are done with this town. Because the rest of the robots were spotted near Palm.
Yep.
And we gotta go there. And we got a horse.
This time we need to go on foot. Sadly, we can't teleport back to our trade to do half the distance for us.
Yeah, but we do have to pick this one up anyway. So. When I use the horse, I usually try to arc like sideways to the chest, because making a wheel with the horse is faster than turning it around 180%. And also if you bump into the chest you get the horse stop animation, which is long. So I'd rather just wheel to the side of the chest and pick it up that way. By the way, this field team is just one of the best. Okay, you guys are rude. There we go, we wheel to the chest again. We're gonna go check out this train that's been derailed. Which kind of reminds us of the Crossbell games a little bit. This is definitely a throwback.
There's a lot of references this chapter to Azure, actually.
Yeah, because it took place not too long ago.
Yeah.
Well, it's been a couple of years now, I think.
Yeah,
I don't remember the
it's been 2
exact
years in
timeline.
universe. It's been 2 years in universe since Trails to Azure and Trails of Cold Steel 2.
Here is more Sepet. Again, we make a nice wheel with the horse. I just saw a little bit what happens if you try to make too tight of a turn. It actually like stops and makes it on place. And we are in Palm now. Another town where we have to go to all the facilities before we can progress. But first I'm gonna walk back and we're gonna be buying something rather important. We're gonna do some slots. Alright, so this is the trading place. We trade UMATs and other stuff for a wind bell. And do you want to tell what wind bell does?
So Wind Bell halves the delay after all wind arts. You'll see that the art we were talking about earlier, Nemesis Arrow, is also a wind art, so we'll be talking about using that. And you'll see in a bit that we're going to be able to cast some extremely fast airstrikes thanks to this quartz.
Oh, formation and healing. So we changed our formation a little bit. We want the enemies to target Kurt if possible, because he is kind of the only one who is immune to being sealed at the moment.
But yeah, basically airstrike is composed of 70% cast time actually, so yeah. So yeah, the cast time is much longer in Cold Steel 3 than in later games, actually.
Oh, that's... well, no wonder this strat works so well then. Right, more riding. Chill riding through the beautiful scenery here. With some nice chill music. Avoiding enemies in this game is like pleasantly easy. They are really passive. And we shouldn't be getting caught like anywhere unless I am blind. Okay, this is a little bit... I have to wheel out, it's a little bit slow. Alright, so we're about to see Divine Song and the Wind Bell in action. Okay. Also, I want to keep track of who they target. If they only target Kurt, that's good. Okay, so we cast Nemesis Arrow and Saintly Force on green, and the curses again being really annoying. So because only Kurt was targeted, I'm gonna just be healing himself. If the enemies would have targeted the rest of the party as well, I would have need to use Iron Will, which costs me a CP. Okay, this is kind of rude. Yeah. I think I'll use Iron Will anyway, because I can get the BB back with this crit. And it gives me a little bit of health back and just a little bit of damage to these guys. And we break now, so that's good. And now Divine Song. So we remove... yeah, you go ahead.
So, Divine Song removes all cast time by all cast time of all arts. So you can see we're casting arts. We basically just went 3 times in a row instantly without any other party members going. This is because both combined, we're reducing the cast time of Nemesis Arrow down to 0, and then the remaining third of the delay is being reduced by the Wind Bell that we talked about earlier down to 4. All in all, we're acting about 6 times as fast as we are normally with this combination of arts and quartz.
Yeah, that's balanced.
We sure do be zooming, to be
Game?
specific.
Why are you giving me a black screen? Game, please.
I've never seen that one before.
It might be just loading, so I'm gonna give it like maybe 30 seconds, but if it's not gonna be... I mean, it's still playing the music, so it's probably not fully crashed.
That just tends to be a soft lock as a modder.
Yeah. But sometimes this just does a long load. But I think this is now a crash. I hope I have a save that's relatively close. Okay, I'm just gonna quit the game. If it quits. Okay, game doesn't quit. That's nice. Yeah, I'll fix the category as well. Yeah, sorry, this is gonna take... I have to pause quit this. I'll fix the category as well, but... hopefully I have a... well, I have a practice save at least that I... Let's do the category fix. Oh. No.
We should have an autosave anyhow.
I have autosaves between 5 minutes, so...
Oof.
We may get lucky or not. Oh wait, that's the wrong. Great. Hopefully our schedule doesn't get too hurt by this. Of course, this is a marathon run, so why wouldn't it crash? Okay, let's see what we have for autosaves. Toggle autosaves. Head down Old Agria Road. Is this team? Okay, this is before the fight. Well, I guess we just have to go from here. This is pretty much the... because the other practice save is... I have a... actually, I'm just gonna load the save before the next fight, I think. I think that's gonna be faster. And we're not gonna be losing too much of the game. We just...
Can you pass me your Discord stream? Sorry.
Oh yeah, I'll have to reshare that so you can see it happening.
Okay, perfect.
Okay, we skipped ahead a little bit, so we just lost like a little bit of travel and made this an invalid run. But rather not do all those fights again.
Being lucky with the Kurt targeting.
Yeah, we want Kurt to be targeted in these fights a lot. Why did I do that? Oh no, I actually do want to do that. Because in this fight we actually need a little bit of damage from our other people as well, at least sometimes. Because these are kind of tanky, and these enemies have a really annoying heal. So when they're on the half HP they start to heal. And healing is bad. But otherwise this is the same fight as the previous one, which is going to be Divine Songing our way through. And hopefully... yeah. The other bot cannot do anything because we sealed it. It's a little bit awkward because we are gonna run out of... I should have actually reused the Divine Song with the free turn, or free order. But I think this is fine. I'm just gonna do enough damage anyway. Yeah.
Perfectly on time.
Yeah. So that was the field trip part, basically. We explored the incidents and we are now going back to the camp. And nothing bad happens in the camp.
For sure. We will not be attacked by more feral robots. Oh no, we're under attack by feral robots.
Yeah, and we are basically just have to redo all the 3 fights we just did. But we are a little bit stronger now, so it's not a big deal. But it's the same fight. Like literally same fight. Okay, this time the cursor didn't work as it's supposed to. What a surprise. So normally if you are on Yuna and you press to the left, you get the Reen, because that makes a lot of sense. But sometimes you go to Kurt instead. And that's why you gotta confirm the cursor position in this game every time you try to target something.
Missing a saintly force on the wrong person hurts a lot.
Yep. And I keep switching the link again just because Reen has a saintly force right now. So he does a lot more damage than anyone else. And we clean up that fight. Then no one got a level up, so we have to heal. Heal. Not exit the menu. And then we just switch back to the formation we had for the other robot fights, because we are doing them again.
If the devs copy paste, so will we.
Pretty much. So they only targeted Kurt again, so we can just heal him. You don't basically need to do anything, but just get a little bit of damage. This probably wastes time more than anything, but... And this time the cursor moved like it's actually supposed to. Or well, I don't know how it's supposed to move, because just I have no idea. You can probably just attack now. And we are...
And now we cast like 3 times in a row, probably.
The enemy gets
or
1
not.
turn between. We still have like 6 delay between these.
Which, mind you, at this point of the game is insanely fast.
That's actually a little bit awkward. Just have to get him up. I was a little bit greedy there. Should have probably just healed with him instead. Or healed him instead. But we get him up before any of the enemies die. And honestly, I don't think his EXP matters at this point. But he's holding Scald, which we do want EXP for. Okay, so I think everyone got levels there, so we just need the healer SP, EP. Yeah, everyone's full HP. And as long as we have 3 BB at the start of this fight, we are fine, and we do. So, and we are getting really good luck with the targeting, just overall. So we just keep healing Kurt, and this time we do want you to do a little bit of damage, especially if you get ADF down. But it was def down, which is not very useful right now. You can, well, you could, oh yeah, because he died, he doesn't have any CP. Which is actually sometimes a little bit awkward, but not right now. This heal turn's not good. It's only a 10% heal, but it's still really annoying.
Especially since it's the one on the right that took a critical hit to the face.
Okay, but we have slow Yuna and slow Altina, so this is looking pretty good. Now we just clean up. This might actually be a little bit close on damage. These have quite a high normal defense. Yeah. Okay, this should do it, and then one Gale. Okay, that was decent. We didn't quite finish with the spells, but it's okay. As long as they don't get the heal off, it's usually a good fight. Okay, so we cleared the camp fight, no one died, luckily. You know, with our...
Some of our... the only sacrifices are equipment, story-wise.
No, not that one.
So we just got access to sub-master quartz, which basically allows us to get more effects and more arts from our master quartz, which is nice.
Was this introduced in this game or was it in CS2?
No, it was introduced in this game.
Yeah. So basically the main difference between main and sub is that the sub doesn't give you as many stats, and it only gives you the first ability of the master quartz. But the first one is usually the one we want anyway, so whatever. Alright, so Laura's here, and Fee's here, and Elliot's here. So this will happen in each chapter as well. The old class 7 is gonna come back, and the new one's just gonna go to sleep. Because it's too dangerous. And because this is a Cold Steel or Trails game, I am sure the new class will just stay put nicely. So we're gonna finish this chapter with these people. Without doubt. Ideally in these fights I want to clear them with everyone above 100 CP. Because then I need to only shower once. But if I have to go under 100 CP, it's not that big of a deal, because having to do extra actions is slower than taking the extra shower. This dog is really rude, sometimes it just blocks the way no matter what. But this time it was a good boy. Some butterflies here. Oh, I used a little bit more CP and I wanted to. I'm just gonna take 2 showers and be done with it. Also, we want to be at 5 BB after this fight, so I'm not really using my BB right now.
On top of that, Elliot can't unbalance with his crafts anyways, so recovering BP is a bit of a pain anyhow.
Yeah. And after this fight, the game just spins the camera around for no reason, thanks. Which can be a little bit confusing if you are not prepared for it. And then we're gonna be picking up this really... I don't know why this chest looks really small somehow. I don't know, it just probably isn't any smaller than the others, but it just looks like it. I'll have to pick this up. I just realized my practice saves. My practice save is from the previous route, which is almost the same, but that one has to be picked up. Because money in the early game is really tight, and this route has bought Kaleido, and the new route doesn't buy Kaleido, but I'm not even sure if the new route's better. But yeah, this is an unfortunate consequence of us having to switch to practice save because of the soft lock. And we visited the fortress, we kind of learned what the Ouroboros is up to. Right now.
Yeah, so now we're up to tracking their hideout and finding where they're hiding out at, for the most part.
Yeah, but first we take a nice little shower with all the friends. And because we are really dirty, we take 2.
Yeah, for some reason the developers felt the need that a shower should only restore 100 CP instead of your maximum 200. So everyone just takes 2 showers. So like After Yuna gets out of the shower, Reen tells her to just go back in because for some reason she still needs another shower to feel very completely refreshed, eh? So we take 2 showers.
Yeah. Alright. We got more menu in here and familiar faces from way before in the series. No, not that. What's this? Yeah, the showers are only for the CP. Don't worry about it. Oh wow, that's on me. Well, we get to hear Lara say Sarabada. That's a bonus. So about avoiding enemies in this game, it should be free. So. Alright, we have a chain of 3 battles here, and we want to do them fast but also economically, because we need a lot of CP and BB for the
Obviously the battle's composed of more feral robots, as we can see here. Just nothing going on, just feral robots.
Yeah. And these bots can drop you materials. It's I think 50% chance if they are broken. And the U material routing is for that reason also kind of fluid. And we break these rocks here with P because she has a fast animation to do so, and the rocks give you CP. And we want basically everyone to have about 150 CP. And we want to have 5 BB at the end of these fights. Because the boss fight coming up is the hardest fight in the run. And can actually end us. Which it hopefully doesn't do, but you can get fight RNG in that fight and just lose.
Yeah, there's a lot of enemies, so it's very common for them to act first during that fight, which makes the fight extremely luck dependent a lot of the time.
And they also all have some status effects that are nasty. And delays, so they can really do a number on you.
Yeah, the dogs get delay, the robots get freeze and seal. The main bosses have freeze, seal, and also death blow, which is always nice.
Yeah, maybe used a beat down there, but I need to recover one BB. Yeah. It's just there. But yeah, you'll see how the fight goes when we get there. Unless it goes according to plan, then you'll just think like, what was he even worried about? But one more thing in that fight is that the enemies can, if they spread out badly, then it's a really slow fight as well. Okay. So the next area doesn't have any fights, we just move through and smash some rocks, so we can enjoy the chill atmosphere. Nothing bad is gonna happen here, right? The place is... This is Hamel, right? It's... What could go wrong? What could go wrong in Hamel?
Truly.
Oh, that was a bad idea. I shouldn't have gone to that.
And we don't have any smoke bombs.
Yeah, we just gotta kind of hope we get a clear here. Getting damaged is not... Oh, that's really bad. Yeah. We don't get a flea here. This is... Okay. Well, Reen lost his CP just now. That's not ideal. Yeah. Yeah, bye-bye. Bye-bye, Reen. Bye-bye our dreams of a fast fight. Yeah, going for that rock was a mistake, because if the enemy is that close, they will catch us. And hopefully we... Like, luckily Reen does do magic first in the fight. And we can even swap him out for Elliot if need be. Okay, heal up. Switch formation, and then we pray. I think I'll save before the fight, just in case we have some problems. Set up. Save here. Okay, so I'm gonna be focusing on the fight. You can focus on the chills, or Soft can explain how this fight works.
So basically the major problem with this fight is that there's a ton of enemies, and as a result a ton of luck involved. However, the enemies are also super large, so this can force the enemies to actually spread out around you. Right here we're primarily first off using a Gates Brave Order, which gives us free strength up, so basically free Saintly Force, but only for our strength. And also gives us break damage. I haven't really explained the purple electricity actually in the run yet. Basically, when you hit an enemy enough, they take damage to their break bar, which basically gives us a free stun, and also delays their turns by a lot. That is an unlucky miss.
Yeah, and also we also missed the beatdown on her.
Ooh.
So this is gonna be a slow fight. If we even win. Okay, now we got her down at least. Oh, that's rude.
Oh, that's a stun.
There's a lot of misses today. This is not good. Okay, we gonna
cure the freeze.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
She may still die to an attack though. Okay, we don't have any CP here, so I'm just gonna actually heal you. Because if someone dies here, it's definitely gonna be really annoying. Okay, this is
Line
good.
Rush would have hit all of them actually, but
Finish this one off. Come on, that's like 3 misses on Diwali.
That's so many misses.
And P dies. It's not. We are winning, but this is gonna be slow. Because I think Shirley's gonna die. Oh wait, no, yeah, she's doing that. Okay, so if this doesn't miss Shirley, we should win. Yeah. We lose a little bit of EXP on the Sirius, but it's not too bad. Okay, we won. It wasn't the cleanest fight, but 3 minutes, I'll take it. This fight is usually like between 2 and 3 if it goes well. Being able to heal Laura from the freeze before she got her turn was really big there. And now we have the biggest buff. And one of the fights that is the same in all routes. Because we don't use S-crafts in mech fights anyway. And that was unlucky. So Crescent Slash has like, is it 70% or 80% unbalance?
I think it was 90% actually.
Oh yeah, 90%, and we missed it. So we're gonna have to do this fight a little bit slower. We wanna end this phase with 1 BB if possible.
Well, normally on the Nightmare route, this fight is extremely difficult because the leveling is extremely hard.
We gotta use Morning Moon here. Which makes this a little bit slow. Because these animations are really slow. Okay. So I'll hit him once normally so I get the BB that I want, and then I'll do a finisher in the second one. I think I don't need the finisher, but I'll do it. I need only really 1 BB. The fight is technically faster to finish on 0 BB, but the next fight is a lot better if we have 1. So here we're gonna see that Burst Range Slash is really OP in mech fights, actually. Because unlike normal fights, in mech fights the secondary effects of crafts are guaranteed. So the delay from range slash is always applied on mech fights. And it just happens that with 1 BB, we line up the turns so that we have exactly 5 on Reen's 3rd turn. So we use the Unite. We can use the Unite while under Laura's buff. We just gotta get this unbalanced though. And now we're gonna do a whole bunch of damage and break it. And then range slash to keep it broken a long time. So this is really strong, especially because we also have Quick Star, which brings Kurt back up after, or rather immediately. If we're lucky here, we get him pushed before after Reen, and we are. So even Reen gets to get in on this.
The way damage calculations work for Unite attacks is a bit on the unintuitive side of things. Basically, it only takes into account the strength stat of the person who initiated the Unite attack. Which is a bit unintuitive, but it basically means that you only need to strength buff 1 character to get full max damage out of the Unite attacks, which helps us a lot. Right here, as that's what we're doing.
And that should do the fight. And it's faster to wait this out than press Unite here. Well, that was a slow chapter 1, but we had a soft lock, so... A good chapter 1 is like 108 at this point, I think. The 112 is a little bit behind. We're probably gonna be skirting quite close to my estimate at this rate. The estimate does have about 15 minutes of air, but we might need those 15 minutes. We're like 5 minutes behind already. Alright, that was chapter 1. So we failed to block their plans because they were able to test the divine machine there.
Basically, every chapter in this game is going to go like this. First we go to school, then we go on a field trip, find out Ouroboros is up to no good, then they'll go, okay, our plans have been stopped, but actually we have succeeded. Now, we will make a tactical retreat. They do a tactical retreat. We repeat the process 4 times.
3 times. 4th chapter is a little bit different.
Yeah.
Oh, it's the wrong order to do these things, actually. Whatever. We teleport to the other side of the hangar because it's too far to walk. And that was school day. A little bit faster than the first one. Oh yeah, we gotta go have a dinner with Randy. So Randy is also a teacher in the school, actually. We see him on the screen like almost never during the speedrun.
Poor Randy. Always ignored.
And we got the bat. And somehow that increases our fun with a student. We're not gonna go into details. Alright, we're gonna say that it's actually separate bats and they just talk over the wall. So rest assured, this is still a family-friendly channel. Alright, another menu here. Wow, that's exactly how you want to go to that.
And time to do some more monster-infested dungeons on the school on our school grounds, because as we all know, bringing in tons of monsters onto a school is a perfectly safe and illicit activity sanctioned by the Imperial government.
Yeah. Our school staff is perfectly on board with safety. Alright, so we have to crawl through some ducts here. Yuno doesn't like ducts. Classic anime moment. We actually there's one bit of interesting detail about these ducts. So it wouldn't seem that you go faster if you try to run in the ducts, but you actually do like just a couple of frames faster. And if you don't press R1 when you're on the first duct, the conversation that plays in the duct actually plays entirely. But if you run, it gets cut after 2 lines because it's kind of has, I think it has like a separate trigger for the continuation. And if we are going just 2 frames faster, we pass the trigger before it continues the conversation. Also, this dungeon's boss is a nightmare, especially casually on Nightmare. I think it's the most like uniformly bad boss between all categories of this game.
Oh yeah, this boss is a nightmare for all categories. I remember the celebrations when the CS3 Nightmare run found a consistent setup for this fight.
And this fight we gotta get CP. So we want to have 4 unbalances in this fight. We are on none. But we are using Yuna's order to get this broken faster, so we get a chance to get those CPs. I'm just gonna use Rin's attack because he hits harder than anyone else. Because we don't want to kill them too fast. Alright, now we are pretty set. We have 4 BB and we just need 1 more. Which hopefully we get from here. Nice. So if we don't get 5 BB here, we have to take an additional fight where we get the BB and run away. And that's basically what we do in all segments when we don't have enough BB. But that's why we usually want to manage our BB in a way that we don't have to do that, because it's annoying and loses time. And that's like, and the reason the BB route is really fluctuating is just that the turn order makes unbalances happen. Like, we have a different amount of unbalances in each fight. Then we have the bonus BB turns that will help us out. And then just sometimes we get bad turn orders and we have to use more BB than we wanted to. And kind of all of this is an ongoing process through a lot of the run, because we cannot recover BB outside of fights. Except for a few rare occasions where the game just gives us a free BB heal, which is usually before some story fight. Happens just a few times in the entire run. Alright, another big menu here, so if you wanna explain what I'm doing here, go ahead.
I don't think I even remember what your exact... Oh, right. You're trading. So basically, right now, ENK is making a bunch of quartz right now. And what this allows him to do is that it allows him to trade the quartz and allows him to make higher tier versions, which he'll be able to trade in for different quartz. And so that's why he made a bunch of needle shoots there, which allows him to make that earth bell, and he can make a golden sphere, a rare golden sphere quartz off of a couple of golden spears, so he can get a gold bell, among other things.
It's a little bit of a loose square, but I think it's fine. And now, the freaking dive. So this boss basically is the most annoying thing in the world.
Basically, this thing stuns, but like, it's not just one stun, it's a field-wide stun.
Oh, we got a free break turn though, this is really nice.
Yeah, oh, we're getting the super luck right now.
I don't know if it's actually lucky though, because now it's gonna get below half, and it's gonna do the heal. So I'm not sure if this is actually good. But we're gonna see. So now we're just gonna sit here and cast these spells at him. That's basically what this fight is all about. We just sit here and cast spells. So we have Cannon on Duct, so he heals a lot.
He just healed back to full from turn order.
Yeah. But like, we also had to equip marble rings on everyone, because this boss likes to do silence or mute on us. And it has a lot of physical defense, so if we don't have magic damage, that's gonna take forever. Oh, I actually didn't heal Rin here. Oh, I did, okay. It looked like Rin wasn't on AoE. Okay.
By the way, Thea, the bug you're talking about only applies to the second tier of Bell Quartz, so we actually won't be able to exploit the exact bug you're talking about until far later in the run.
Alright, we should be getting the break after this attack, and then we should be able to finish off with Divine Song. Like, this thing is tanky. Alright, we can Divine Song now and hopefully we can kill it. There's a lot of HP left though, but now we are on the doing the big damage spot, so... Oh, I should have linked with... Oh, I was linked with Rin. Yeah, 400 damage from Rin's follow-up, that's not a lot of damage.
We're gonna be able to kill though.
Yeah, it's close, but we will do it. I think we got a finishing blow here, yep. That's just an annoying fight. 238 is actually pretty fast. So I think the break turn didn't really do much for us. But it
Yeah, because it healed off all the damage. With that 50% HP heal through turn order.
Did it get
at least you didn't get RNG screwed by status effects, so that's cool.
You cannot get really screwed by status effects in that fight because we are protected from the mute, and that's the only bad one.
Yeah.
Oh, did it get a heal? I didn't.
Yeah, it got a 50% HP heal right at the start after the break turn.
Oh, that's why it took so long.
Yes.
So considering that, the 238 is really fast actually.
Yes.
This is another RNG battle because we have to take a lot of 3-star unbalanced hits. So far so lucky. We just want to get to Ash's Unite as fast as possible. That's not good, Yuna, you gotta unbalance the dude. And we have to heal once in this battle, and who we heal with depends on how many BB we have. And yeah, none of these guys have a guaranteed unbalanced location in their neutral stance. This is really unlucky, by the way. So we want them to charge and attack, because then they have a guaranteed. So now this torso is 4 stars. And we can get BB off of it. Again, you have to be careful with the path targeting here. Because what can happen... Oh, this... I should have healed, probably. This might be bad. If they both hit Kurt. Oh, I think this is fine. That's an AoE. Yeah. This is fine, and we have a guaranteed unbalance from these arms, as long as we check that we are actually targeting the arms. And now we are in the clean. So the path targeting in this game is kind of awful. You would imagine that if you have 3 options and you press one direction 3 times, you would cycle through all of the options, right? But not in this game. So sometimes when you press the same direction like twice, you actually end up back in the first option instead of going to the third option. And I have lost quite a lot of minutes to that, because when you do that and you target the wrong part, you're gonna have a bad time. Because these mech fights are quite heavily routed around getting the BB when you get them. Although all in all, a lot of the mech fights aren't fully scripted because we rarely have like all-time access to 4-star locations or spots. Right, we are on the train again. We're going to the second field trip. It's gonna be in Crossbell, which is rather important for Yuna because she is from Crossbell. Okay, we do need to shower just once, because we ended the fight with a craft instead of spells. So this is the worst chapter in the run. This is where we have most fights that can lose a lot of time or even kill us. We're gonna start by buying some equipment here. Oh wait, I had to sell stuff first. I'm gonna have Yuna lead here because this is her home, so she's gonna lead us around like she does in the story. And here we are. So let's take this nice tranquil walk to Crossbell. And then we are gonna be doing some running around in the city. Given that Crossbell was my favorite arc of the entire series, I really enjoyed this chapter because it shows us Crossbell like in full 3D, and also just has a lot of throwbacks to the Crossbell arc in general. Plus just all the feels about the fate of Crossbell that are told through Yuna here. make for some really nice storytelling, in my opinion. There's a lot of good scenes in this chapter. Oh yeah, we have to run. But just like the first one, we get our missions here. We have 2 mandatory quests, which I am really bad at accepting, I see. Oh. And then we just gotta run around Crossbell a little bit. So our missions are... we gotta get some questionnaires filled by shop owners, which sounds like a really good task for military students. And then we have to help out cleaning up some geofront. Oh yeah, there's no cutscene. One of the things to remember in this game is like when there's no cutscene when you enter an area, because that's rare. It's almost always a cutscene when you enter somewhere. Oh, whoops. Game turns you around there again, so you have to remember that. So we got the quest to get the questionnaires, we're gonna be doing just that. Fill the first here. Then we're gonna go to West Street, which is Yuna's home area. And just like when you are walking around with your fellow students and your teacher, you're gonna visit your home. And we'll find out that Yuna is the rare anime protagonist who has normal parents who are alive. Well, you won't.
In a normal family. There is no long-lost crazy brother to act as a nemesis. This is just a normal family.
Yeah, that's like the most normal protagonist family in the whole series, probably.
Along with Gaius.
Oh yeah, this guy is. But Gaius' dad is quite the fighter, if I remember correctly. So at least it's like a fighting family. But Yuna's are just like... I don't remember what her mother does, but her father does some management in the Michelin Wonderland. Okay, we're gonna meet a familiar face. Hello, Theo. So Theo's gonna join us for this dungeon, and because we are going really fast and not fighting a whole lot of stuff, whenever we get a guest character, they are way stronger than we are. So basically most of the quest characters we get are gonna be used.
I don't think we get the Mishi equipment in this run at all, because the Mishi equipment set just kind of sucks.
We're gonna get the 2 parts we got there for evasion. I'm gonna have Theo lead here because she's the guest. I will be doing this. You don't have to change leaders a lot in this run, so I'll just kind of change them based on lore. Except when I need to have a specific character lead for the speedrun purposes, which happens more in the later chapters. And usually changing leader takes like half a second, but if you do it at a doorway, where you have to wait for the door to open anyway, then it's basically free, so I'm not even losing the half seconds from doing the swaps. These are probably the longest running sections in the whole run. The 2 gear, there's like two segments where you have to run across geofront, and these are somewhat long. Nice miss. Okay, this is unfortunate. Usually Theo goes before them. Well, she goes now because we help her out. Help her out. Talking so hard. We help her out a little bit. Yeah, Theo's gonna be useful here. Theo also has a support ability called Arts Boost. So whenever her linked partner casts a spell, there's a chance that she will boost the strength. I don't remember how strong her Arts Boost is. Does she have like one?
I think she has Arts. Normally at this point in the game, she should only have Arts Boost 1.
Yeah.
Because Arts Boost 2 is locked behind level 4 lengths in this game, so she should have only Arts Boost 1, which is a 20% damage bonus.
Which is still 20% that we don't need to pay anything for, so it's nice.
It's like a free 400 damage, basically, whenever it procs.
And more ducts. Let's see who comments about them. Altina has the go-getter attitude. She just crawls through like a champ. Well, she's way smaller than anyone else. So yeah, there's that. Alright, we're gonna be picking up one accessory here. Oh wait, what is this? Oh, it's Brave Seed. We're gonna do a short menu. So we want Kurt to be in the front here, because he's immune to seal, and no one else is. And these worms do be sealing. So I want to end this fight with 5 BB without, like, that's not negotiable. I have to have 5 BB at the end of this fight. Or well, if I don't have, I have to take the grind fight to get my BB back. I'd rather, can you just, yeah. I want them to move so I hit all of them. Although, please don't move again. Thanks. There you can see just how useless ranged 1's counters are, by the way. That was like Yuna getting hit from almost next to her. She got the evade and just doesn't get the counter because she is in melee mode. And all the enemies are frozen, which is thanks to Theo's craft. So this is a nice cleanup now, which is building fast. Sometimes you can use a rush in this fight, but I'm not gonna be using it now.
Warm sure do be frosty.
And that's the fight. Oh yeah, the basic battle team in this game slaps like nothing else. That's the longest we get to hear the basic battle team. Normally that fight takes like a minute, so minute 30 is a little bit on the slow side. Alright, more pipes and ducts and ladders and all that jazz. We're also gonna be going to the last duct of the run. So Yuna should be happy after this duct. We're gonna have some help with the ducts later.
Yes. A bit of, you know, help.
So we're gonna be getting a smart student who knows how to deal with these things way better. So that was the last duct. Rejoice, there's no more duct dialogue.
You gotta, like, think of the guy who decided, I'm gonna put a duct on, I'm gonna force a duct navigation inside my complex sewer system. Like, to get around anywhere, you need to go through ducts. I think that should be a pretty good mechanism for transportation through the geofront. Should be cool.
Yeah, the maintenance dudes are gonna love that.
Yeah.
Yeah, we grabbed Mobius because we need it for, like, Well, it gives us Fortuna, that's pretty much it. And it has high stats right now. Oh well.
This track is a bop.
Yeah, it better be for how much we have to listen to it. I think that's correct. I'll just take a quick heal. I think we are all about. This fight is really tight. And if this boss starts with a spell, then this fight can be just lost. Okay, it starts with an attack, we are fine. We feed Reen some bagel. And then it's song time. It's weak to water, so that's what we use. And we use the bagel gives Reen a small buff to his magic. And then Fortuna gives the rest. And then this is the reason why Tio needs 80 CP. And hopefully we get this here, yep. And we need to get 1 BB. Because we need to cast Divine Song 3 times. And now hopefully we just cast a lot of these 3 delay spells. And kill the boss before it gets back on its feet. If it gets back on its feet, we lose. Or rather, if it gets a turn after it gets back on its feet, we lose.
Yeah, because it will automatically heal with using Powerful Dynamo, which will heal for 15%.
Please.
Perfect.
Yeah, hopefully we have enough turns to finish it off. Yeah, this should be fine. Switching to auto here because it makes these go a little bit faster. And auto doesn't count as turbo because it's a different speed. And also you cannot do anything during it. That was a good fight. It went according to script. Like, this game in general just has a lot of bosses with heals, which is really annoying.
Shoutouts to the Chapter 1 Monster Quest for having a 40% heal with 0 attack delay. We don't fight it in the run because it's an optional quest, but shoutouts.
Okay, so we left that fight with 0 BB. So now we have to do one of those BB grind fights, but you will see what they're about. Just basically find a suitable enemy, do an assault attack on them, and then break and farm BB. It doesn't take long, but it's still like a minute almost. We pick up this chest, we exit the bike, and then break these enemies and go ham. So we just use auto here, because it's a little bit faster than doing this manually. And then we flee. Bye bye. Thank you for your cooperation. Yeah, we get Sarang here. Again, she's a guest. She's stronger than anyone of our team. So we're just gonna be having her for the next fight. The next fight is probably the second most dangerous fight in the game. Or it's like it's basically a similar fight to the last one. We just use a lot of Divine Song and spells. But it has even more HP.
Yeah, this boss is fast and just hits really hard in general. Its enhance also has a nasty Diamond Dust, which I think basically a Diamond Nova, which basically instantly kills your entire party, I think.
Yeah, pretty much. I'm just gonna say, if I have a mistake in my setups, we're gonna have a bad time. Right, Yuna didn't dodge, so that's sad. But it's the same plan. We just gotta heal Yuna here. And then we throw needle shots because this one's weak to earth. No dodges from Yuna. Our first cavalry edge of the game, we're gonna be seeing that spell quite a bit.
Much later, but yeah, we'll be seeing it, that's for sure.
So hopefully this guy breaks anytime soon, because we need to grab a BB. Nice, okay. Okay, so we have a new BB, we can cast Divine Song again. Sometimes you need 4 songs here, but we don't have that. We cannot grab 4 BB here, so we're just gonna hope we don't need 4 songs. Yeah, we'll definitely explain.
We'll be talking about the jankiness that is Cavalry Edge, because it's an extremely janky move and how it functions.
We might actually lose here. This is looking really bad. Because we didn't get like any good damage. Yeah, this is bad. I'll try to do this and hope it doesn't murder us immediately, but it gets a 10k heal. Yeah, we definitely lose here. No, it doesn't still kill us. Nice. Okay. We can cancel its thing and then hopefully we can do enough damage now. Just hope it doesn't do anything dangerous here. Okay, this is a really slow fight, but we may actually win. Yeah, we're gonna win. So that was close. That was really close. Sometimes that's just the way this fight lines up. It's really out of my control. One thing I could have done, maybe use the bagel on Kurt's first time instead of doing the Divines and Fortuna. Because otherwise, I would have had like 2 more turns of Divine Song if I did that. But yeah, we did it. We didn't die, so everything's under control. Just lost a little bit of time. I'm also controlling Rin for this section because we need to do another grind fight soon. And his assault attack is the best one for it. Or, in particular, Yuna's is not good. Rin and Kurt both have a good assault attack, but Yuna just doesn't have a good one. This is, I think, 17 cutscenes, by the way.
As I said, a lot of black screens.
Just hopefully not the kinds of black screens we got in Chapter 1.
Hopefully.
Alright. So, no wait, we can just walk to the station here. You can see the run's a little bit scuffed, because I am explaining stuff at the same time, but it would be even more scuffed if I didn't have someone else to explain some parts, because this run actually has a lot of stuff you have to pay attention to.
The menuing in particular is extremely difficult in this run.
Yeah, one mistake can really set you back. And you usually, if you don't have a save, you cannot even fix the mistake, because retrying the battle just puts you back into the battle. So here we're gonna take another one of those palm fights. This is a worse, this is a harder to break, and this is more annoying in general. And using auto here is a little bit risky. so I'm probably not gonna do it, because if I use auto here, our dudes might target the other enemies as well. Actually, this is really slow. I should have not used that many. Can I steal that? I really want to steal that. And you miss, and you kill the only one we can farm BP off of. Nice. This is not ideal. Okay, I think we break here and just now we auto. This is a little unfortunate. This is the worst grind fight. The other one's a lot better. If you're really lucky with bonus turns, you can skip this one. I wanted to switch to Yuna there actually. Whoops. Whatever. I love Yuna's explanation of this area. It sounds really really certain about the thing. I took too long to swap flag around. I have actually considered if we should grind the BB from the lizard instead, because it's in a really awkward spot. But I still haven't tested if that would be a good fight to grind or not. Oh, we skipped Yuna's dialogue too. That's rude. Here's good dialogue. I think the enemy interrupted the dialogue trigger.
Oh yeah, so by the way, the handling on these bikes is extremely tight and precise actually. Like, these bikes handle extremely weirdly. You might have seen ENK get off the bike and then turn around and respawn the bike right there. That's because that's how slow the turn speed of and awkward the turn speed of the bike is.
What is that? Is that not how you turn your bike around in real life?
Yeah, I didn't know I teleported my bike to the other side of myself.
Oh, whoops. Bring you a little bit closer. So we switch elements again. This next boss is weak to wind. And we slipped 200 CP because we got a new mechanic in this fight. Which I think... was it? It was present in Cold Steel 2, right?
Yes, Spirit Unification is present in Cold Steel 2.
Yeah, and we have another one of those cryptid fights. This one is really long. But this one's usually not deadly. I have died to this like once, and that's because I tried something stupid. So, there's two variations to this fight. One is when Rin starts first, and the other one is this.
So, you see, we've upgraded all of Rin's crafts because he has white hair now. But magic is so extremely strong in this run that despite how extremely strong Arcane Gale, which we'll be using later in the run, is, magic is still actually better because we're just acting that fast.
It's actually not ideal having to use a second Divine Song here. Yo, Gaia, thanks for the 200 kill raid. Welcome to the Falcom RTA. I think we just have to... I'll hard cast one. And then just cast a Fortuna. Oh, I don't have BP, yikes. Okay, that's not good. Okay, I'll do this. This might be a bad idea. Because now we gotta get one BB somehow. Before the enemy goes really crazy.
It has high slash unbalance, so Kurt should unbalance.
Yeah, I'm just gonna... Which one of these has high unbalance?
Rain Slash.
Yeah. Yeah, it does, okay. Now we just hope Rin gets a turn before it destroys us. Because that's a thing that can happen.
Oh.
Yeah, this is not good. I think we might die. Oh, it's just... yeah, we die. Yikes. Actually, if we can try. We don't care about those two. But we don't... I don't think we have enough resources to win this fight. Yeah, I did not pay attention to my BB. It was bad of me. Oh, we got free BB. Okay, we won. Ah. This is fine.
Completely fine. We almost wiped, but it's perfectly fine.
Yeah. I think this is fine. We lose a little bit of EXP on Scald, which might be an issue. But we're not gonna be taking any risks here. Actually, am I crazy enough and revive Yuna? Oh, I got a pre-turn after that anyway. That's a no-brainer then. Okay. That was fine. Everything's fine.
A bit of a time loss, but
yeah.
Considering what just happened, we're off pretty scot-free.
Yeah. Yeah, so I should have taken a BB during the break. I just completely whiffed on that. Right, now we have more cutscenes coming up. Yeah, Scald level up so Rin gets his CP back. Okay, there's more cutscenes, there's like 11 cutscenes. Then we have an interesting segment coming up in the tower. This is actually a really good story segment. We won't be getting a whole lot of it.
Oh yeah, so one thing that the run exploits is the Master Quartz bug. For some reason, when a Master Quartz levels up in Cold Steel 3, you just gain all your CP back.
Yeah, you have the same CP as you had at the start of the fight, basically. And
oh,
HP
yeah.
and SP. PP.
Yeah. So that's just a weird interaction with with Master Quartz leveling up, but it's nice for saving time, since it means we get free CP refills on specific characters during the run.
It's way more important in the S-Craft route. In this we only used a couple times, but the S-Craft route uses that like all the time. Alright, we attacked once again. What a surprise.
More feral robots.
Now they are in the building.
Yeah, Urban's feral robots.
So we have Ash and Muse visiting our party here as well. We'll be seeing them later.
Easy.
And we want to have 2 BB from this fight. We are fine now, we can just kill them. Don't do that. Rude. Enemies healing is like the worst thing about these games. It's so rude when it happens. Okay, I can use one rush now if we can just finish with a rush here. So we are also about to see why Ash is one of the best people in our party. So we are in, we're coming up on a section where we have to run through the stairwell. And there's enemies there, and if we get into those battles, we cannot escape. And this is a rather narrow place.
Yeah,
why?
it's extremely, they're extremely hard to avoid. I've tried it before.
And the next floor is gonna have 2 of them. But unfortunately, Ash can think outside the staircase.
Yeah. If you turbo and then assault attack into a wall, you basically just go through the wall. Ash just says no walls.
He's a rebel.
Walls are only a figment of your imagination in this speedrun, now that Ash is here. Sadly, we'll be losing Ash soon enough.
Okay, I'm gonna put everything on order here and just get a little bit more water so I'm back in before this fight ends. Alright, I'm back. So in this fight, it's faster for us to lose. And if you set the game to auto, you have your only break during the entire run. And it's kind of random how long he takes to kill you, because it's Campanella. He likes to troll. Sometimes he just does Nightmare Shuffle over and over again. But he killed us pretty fast this time. I think the S-Craft run actually just wins this fight, but for us it's too slow. And then we have to fight another auto-lose battle. We just have to do enough damage to trigger the lose condition here. And we're gonna be doing with the college like 3 times. The burning effect on the background drops the game's frame rate on PS4 to like single digits, by the way. Okay, I think that's enough. Yeah, he's gonna just do... This is, I think, one of the attacks that cannot be perfect reflected.
Yeah. The other one is Campanella's auto-lose condition, if you actually bother completing that fight, which we didn't do.
So that was the tower. The scene on top of the tower is one of my favorite story moments in the entire series. It just hits home really hard if you're a Crossbell fan. Again, the storytelling through Yuna is really great in this chapter. Because it's like, if you felt home at Crossbell, then you're gonna be... Then Yuna's kind of representing your feelings about the city. So now we are back with the old gang again. This time it's Alyssa, Emma and Machias. And we're gonna go back into the Geofront to clean up some more cryptids. Or it's not a cryptid, it's one of those magic armors.
Yay,
Yeah.
more enemy healing.
Yeah, it's another enemy that if it gets to act after... If it gets its enhance off, we just press reset. But it's a lot easier to fight than the one in... It's a lot less tighter than the fight in the previous Geofront. Oh. Here's some basic cleanup fights. These fights are here just to show you basically how strong these guys are compared to what you have. Which is especially true in our speedrun because we don't get a lot of EXP on the new 7. So a lot of the times when we get old 7 back, we just have a lot more damage. But some of the fights, even with this class here, are actually kind of tricky in this chapter. Not in this Geofront, but in the tower we're going to go next. I want to spare a little bit of Reen's CP here, because I don't want him to do... I want Reen to Gale in the next fight, because Gale doesn't move him forward. Because in the next fight, if he gets attacked, he might actually die. Whoa.
Because the levels of new class 7 in this run are comically low. I mean, they don't matter because they're gonna kill everything anyways later in the run, but the levels they're at are still comically low. It's even more true in the Cold Steel 4 run, though.
This dialogue is strange. Sometimes it cuts off, like after the first line, and continues when you cross the same tiles again. But this time it played properly. Sometimes it just continues, like when I do this section here. Yeah, they are just kids, so why are we exactly sending them to fight all these things. That is anime logic. Alright, so the next fight we can kinda die, but hopefully not.
I absolutely see nothing wrong with sending a bunch of 16-year-olds to fight secret terrorist organizations and the Illuminati. I don't see what could possibly be the problem with that.
Yeah. There's a lot of AT delays, that's nice. Because AT delay is not even remotely guaranteed in these fights. Because they realized in CS1 that, whoops, we probably made it a little bit too strong. It seems pretty fine. Actually, Rin might still die. Alisa, yes. Thank you, Alisa. So, in one run, this happened like 3 times in a row. Rin got like 3 mortal hits, and Alisa just auto-telased all of them. What are our options for best boy? I can maybe click it fast.
Zeit, Cerberus, or Sieg.
Oh, that's a hard one. Probably Zeit. That's the dog in Crossbell, right? Or the wolf?
Yeah.
I've only seen the name written in katakana, so I'm not always 100% sure. Okay, here's one of the biggest debates in this game. So you normally, when you go down ladders fast, you press circle. But this looks like a ladder, but there's no ladder. So you have to press X. If you press circle, you get caught by the enemy. So if you don't know, you might get caught there. Okay, another big menu coming up. Oh, Rin, don't hit the thing. Equipment. Oh, whoops.
So, yeah, for quite a bit of this run, we're majoritarily using 2 accessories, being Proverbs, Swift Wind, and Silver Chain. Proverbs are basically the equivalent of the Straw Hats from the Zero run. They just give a ton of speed, which allows us to have better RNG more consistently on the start of fights. And the other one is the Silver Chain, which gives us a lot of HP. You might have noticed that enemies hit for a lot of damage in this run, especially because New Class 7 is so underleveled. So that's why we're using both of those accessories, since those are the 2 most effective ways to solve our stat problems related to bulk and speed.
Oh yeah, Car 2 in this chapter. Normally Car 4 is faster, but there's a cutscene in the middle of Car 4 in this chapter. So we just warp out of the sewers to take a couple of showers. No biggie. And then we have another magic armor fight. Now we have the temporary version of Spirit Unification, which is the version we're gonna be using for the rest of the run. Only lasts 3 turns. But it's really strong.
So the move you saw just used is called Arcane Gale. Very few crafts and trails hit twice, because the way the damage formula works, crafts that hit twice deal a ton of damage. And in this game, the developers still hadn't realized this fact. And Arcane Gale is an extremely powerful craft that hits twice. So basically it just about deals more damage than every other craft in the game, which is why you'll see us be using it a lot for this run, since it's extremely effective at breaking the enemies.
Yeah, since we don't have access to S-Craft, it's the best we can do. It costs 190 CP to use, so it's pretty hefty. Oh, so easy. This fight is usually easy. This is not. If you don't make a mistake, like maybe the one mistake you can do that fight is cast Firebolt without Divine Song, and then you are really screwed. So you just have to pay attention that you actually have Divine Song active when you cast spells. Which I have definitely forgotten in some marathons when I explain what I'm doing. Because it's easy to autopilot and not notice that the things run out. Oh. Okay, now we have even more guest characters. So we have a familiar face from Sky Trilogy again. This traveling musician who has absolutely nothing to do with Erebony at all. He just happens to be here.
Yeah, he has a name very similar to a prince, but that doesn't matter. Totally, completely different people.
And we're gonna enter these ruins with a really appropriate manner by crashing into the doors. And in this tower we have Reen as the party leader because there's a trick we have to do with Reen. And you've seen this tower in, I think, both Zero and Azure.
Yes.
And we're gonna be here again, this time in full 3D.
This is the 4th time we'll be climbing this tower in this marathon.
Nice. Are we gonna do it in CS4 too? Or do we do it twice in...
In Cold Steel 4, it's optional to climb this tower because there's only the endgame cryptid at the top. So, no, we won't be climbing it in the Cold Steel 4 run, even if it is there.
Oh yeah. Oh, that cryptid, I one-shot that with one Emma spells.
Sounds about right to the standard Cold Steel 4 experience.
Yep. So which game climbs twice? Is it Zero or Azure?
Zero doesn't climb twice in the storyline, I think. I think it's Azure because you need to climb it once for the Aryan Road fight and another time early game.
Oh yeah, that's true. Yeah, that is definitely true. So that was the first segment. We go outside a little bit. This first one is to the left. Next one's to the right, and the last one's straight ahead. This is a pretty chill place. I like the music. I think this is a remix of the, or rearranged for the theme in Crossbell.
You are correct.
Oh, why am I here? I'm not supposed to be here. Well, since we came here, I just press it normally. What I'm supposed to do is just run to the center and use Reen's assault attack to press that from, like, across the rift, but I just was talking and didn't pay attention. Now we're gonna farm BB from these guys.
Yeah, Cerberus winning this poll.
Okay, we have 5 BB, so bye-bye. We thank you for your contribution to the world's safety.
Get smacked. We thank you for your contribution to world safety.
Okay, so this is what we were supposed to do with the other switch as well. This one's easier because you just line it up. And this time I wasn't talking, so I didn't walk up to it like an idiot. And then we have about the last really dangerous fights of the run coming up. The Armors fight, where usually you don't have trouble unless you get really unlucky at the beginning. Or you get too greedy with BB, like trying to get BB. This happened to me a couple of times. And this is like one of the only fights we do without Reen, even though we have the option to use Reen.
Mind you, we basically always have the option to use Reen.
There's a couple of situations where I don't. Those are really rare. Sophia. Have that. Have this. Oh. So I'm just saving quickly because if I have the wrong setup for this fight, it's really awful. Alright, so we do our usual things here. Counter is really bad, but we Divine Song and Nemesis Arrow. Unfortunately, we don't get all of them. And Olivia comes with a Arts Boost. I think he comes with Arts Boost too.
He also comes with his own unique Master Quartz, which has a huge damage boost at this point in the run.
Yeah. And Emma is just a strong caster overall. I should have actually targeted the one that's charging there because I can maybe get oh, we are gonna have 5 free BB. I'm all about that. So I'll just recast a little bit early because I have the free BB coming up. And then Burst Drive. Unfortunately, they are still separated, so I don't get to hit all of them at once.
But yeah, Olivier here has Arts Boost 2, which is a 40% increase to our damage whenever it procs.
Which I don't think it's done a single time.
Yes, it has, actually.
Oh, okay. Okay, I think I still have the Divine Song here, and then just do like one Nemesis Arrow, and then farm the CP. Yeah, I think that's how it's gonna go. And then if we still don't have enough damage, then Emma can finish the fight. Yeah, this looks good. That was a good fight, and we ended with 5 BB. If we don't end with 5 BB, or, well, 4's like acceptable. But if we have less than 4, we gotta go back to the spider next to the switch and get BB off of that. That's the biggest time loss of that kind we can get. And we really don't want it. Oh yeah, we want Sophia off of you because it will res you. This is bad. Right, oh yeah. Well, this is kind of front line for us a little bit. Okay, the last really dangerous fight in the run. Let's just do one more save, in case. So these guys, if our Mech burn gas Hellhounds, then we may have trouble. But if he's nice, then we are usually fine.
Hellhounds has a huge radius, inflicts death blow, and has an extremely nasty burn effect, which deals 40% of our health every turn we take. So yeah, it hurts.
Yeah, Rain got burned, but that's all, so it's not too bad. And luckily he has way less break bar than Campanella, so he breaks quite easily.
He doesn't have less break bar, but he's actually weak to the higher elements. So he actually just straight up takes 50% more elemental damage than Campanella here. Sorry, he takes 50% more break bar damage than Campanella does.
Oh, we got the fast fight where Campanella doesn't reset his break bar. That's really good. Because if he goes below 50%, he just resets his break bar. And it takes a lot more time to kill him. That was a really good fight. Usually usually he gets the break bar recovery off, and it extends the fight by like 30 seconds. Then we have another fight we have to lose, but this is a lot faster to lose.
Yeah, because McBurn will just instantly enhance and S-craft in this fight.
Yeah. We switch Machias in because we want him to die to this. Because he has a lot of evasion. And the one person who is left outside has to come back and die as well. And Machias can evade for quite a long time here. This is a hell of a banger, which we unfortunately don't hear quite too much in the run. That's the two fights where we hear them, they're both short. Now we have our Chapter 2 Mech fight, which is fully scripted. I think this is one of the most scripted mech fights. And
I mean,
most
mech fights...
Yeah, just go. You go first.
Well, yeah, most mech fights don't have 4-star unbalances like this one, so it's hard to generally script them.
Yeah. Well, this has the one, that's a little variation if you get that head unbalanced or not, but it doesn't affect the overall flow of the fight. It just requires you to do like one more attack at the end if you don't get it. There's another example of how cursor mechanics work in this game. If Reen's targeting the head, and you are pressing right, you get to the arms from the head. But if it's you now, you have to press left. Otherwise it goes to the body. And for some reason you cannot skip the Selena lines in this fight. So we're not uniting here yet, because we don't have Kurt's buff up. And we're gonna unite on the next attack instead. Because we need the buff for the unite to be effective. Silver Ray lowers defense, which is nice. One normal attack from Reen, so he gets another one. And then we just finish off with some crafts, and if needed, with Kurt's spell. I think we do need it actually every time. So finisher here. And we need at least one magic, maybe, yeah, Emma's to end. Ending these fights with magic is good, because if you don't get the final prompt for the follow-up attack. So ending with magic is a little bit faster than ending with a physical. And that was Chapter 2. And from here on out, the run's more smooth sailing, fortunately. It still has like fights where we can lose time, but we shouldn't die in any fight unless we get super unlucky. Or get, well, actually I think I do have to make a mistake for us to die from here on out. But sometimes it's like a mistake that I don't realize it's a mistake, because I get some bad RNG that just changes the situation.
The runs gets very janky from this chapter onwards.
Yeah, we get all the good stuff now. So basically we have Ash and Muse join our class, and they're basically gonna be doing most of the work alongside Reen. So Kurt and Altina's carries are over by now. We're never gonna see them again.
Especially since their level is so terrible at this point.
Yeah, and like, Altina is a really bad character too. Like, she's so slow. And not really good at anything, really. So that's kind of unfortunate for her. So another school day, this time it's raining and we don't actually have to go see our principal. It's the only chapter where we don't meet with Aurelia for the plot. And this is one of the few moments in the run where you have to actually know where to go. There's no indicator where you have to go, because you have to visit the new shop. So we return to the dorms. Black Workshop. We actually need all of these choices to be correct. So we get AP from taking the correct dialogue options, and we need every single AP from them. There are backups, but of course backups cost time. And it's not, well, it's not the end of the world. You probably don't lose too much damage from not having the thing we got from it. But getting them right is basically free. So you just rather get them right. Alright, so here we have Muse and Ash, and you're gonna see why they are way better than the rest of the class. For different reasons. But first, a menu. We're even gonna take Kurt's robe off, that's how much we're not gonna be needing him anymore.
That's just Kurt disrespect, man. You can't just do that. So, talking about some of the Master Quartz we've been, like, leveling up and talking about for most of the run, we have a few that I could talk about. The first is Scorpio. You know those... If you see these stun... When enemies are stunned with their purple electricity thing, they're in a break state, and Scorpio does a ton of extra damage to enemies which are stunned under that state. And it's not just like a small damage bonus. Even at a low level of a Master Quartz as we have right now, it's a massive 70% bonus. The other main Master Quartz we'll be using for now is also Scald, which also increases how much damage we deal to that break bar, so we can get enemies into that stun gauge into that stun state much faster than we would normally. Anyways, now time for Ash to break this run soon enough.
Celine almost got us an encounter there. Because Celine blocks your movement and really likes hanging around in your feet, just like a real cat. So I guess that they got that part right. She's also gonna be hindering what we're gonna be doing next. Quite a bit. Yeah, this fight is just a cleanup. I actually gave Ash move 1 quartz because he gets more enemies into the AoE that way and makes this fight a little bit faster. I cannot use any more Reen CP here because there's a chance that I get a really unlucky Master Quartz level up. And that's bad. Okay, so now we're gonna be seeing why Ash is gonna be the most useful person here. So we have all these puzzles we have to solve in this dungeon, but Ash has better solutions.
Floating on thin air and walking through walls are Ash's middle name.
Yeah, he's a rebel. Sometimes this angle is a little bit hard to get right, so I don't get all of these OOBs first try. Also, I have to run away from Celine, because if Celine is at your feet, and you see the talk dialogue there, you actually cannot do the assault attack. And you have to move away from Celine. So... you see pretty much what we're going to be doing a lot in this run after this. So a lot of this will be just us using Arcane Gale at the beginning to break, and then we're gonna go ham. This fight we have to clean up with these follow-up attacks because we need our BB. It's actually gonna be a really long section of BB management from now on. So like probably for like the next 20 minutes I'll be managing my BB constantly. And my CP as well. So we feed Reen 4 meals there, because each meal gives you 25 CP. Here we just try to get through these walls without Selena blocking us. And we are done with this dungeon. So it was quite a bit shorter than the second one, even though this is supposed to be longer. Buy some lighters. And we open this slot here. And we go fight the boss. Oh nice, pre-BB. Nice, nice. I'm all about those. This doesn't quite break. But we're gonna be breaking soon enough. Oh, I could have just cast that. Saintly Force on Anil Shoot. So here Muse is gonna be taking the role of carrying us, pretty much. She has the highest ATS and she's higher level than anyone else, except Ash. And that's basically why she's gonna be our damage from now on. That was a good fight, and we end with 5 BB, which is really good. Oh, I forgot to do a thing, by the way. I messed up. Again. I forgot to keep it to Altina. It's not gonna level up in the fight we need it to. But I have a backup. I'm just gonna do the backup. Yeah, I'm supposed to have Keeper on Altina because we were supposed to set up a Master Quartz glitch. But I forgot to do that. That's probably the most common thing I forgot to do. So I forgot to do Quartz for these guys basically, and I'm gonna do it now. The other ones are not that important, but the Keeper is... well, it's pointless now actually, so let's not do it. Well, I can do it, but yeah, 441 EXP for it. Yeah, we're gonna... probably what I'll do is I'll just buy some foods to get the CP instead of the glitch. Just gonna put my money right a bit off, but normally it's fine. This is a stupid fight, we just have to lose fast, so we're just gonna be charging and hope she attacks us optimally. Because we have no way to win this fight fast. That's good. So now we can actually suicide Yuna with Ash's Unbound Rage. Because the Mech version does self-damage. I think the foot version does not. I'm not 100% sure on that.
The one on the ground at least doesn't deal self-damage.
Yeah. But on Mech you can use it to make this fight a little bit faster.
Yep.
This actually is pretty good right now. She's targeting people before they can move. Nice, that was actually really fast. And
then she didn't get any unbalances.
She cannot get in this space.
Oh, she can't?
Yeah. The next phase she can. Now we have to lose with our instructions as well. And now she can unbalance. And we hope she does. I think Dyna's Thunder has almost guaranteed unbalance, but the normal attack is less good. We also would like her to change targets at least once here. Like, after this, please. Because her 2BP follow-up is AoE. So basically the next follow-up's gonna hit both of us. So hopefully there's an unbalance here, and we have... Yeah, so we get rid of Randy's Mech, and then Reen is almost dead too. So we should be getting out of here quite fast. That's pretty good.
Pretty fast loss.
Fast loss, that's what I like to see. And then don't retry there. That's big time loss. And especially don't return to the title screen. I have done that too. That was a great feeling. Especially with 5-minute autosaves. I don't actually know if the autosaves really affect the game in any way. Like, do they do any slowdown? Because if they don't, you should probably have them as often as possible.
Yeah, which is 1 minute is the fastest setting, I think.
Yeah. Do we need to shower? No. Yeah, because Scorpio leveled up at the end of the last boss fight. So we got the Master Quartz level up glitch there. But yeah, I'm gonna try to get it on the next boss fight. But if I don't get it, I'll buy food as backup. Okay. I'm gonna sell more of the spirit incenses and buy a new weapon green. I'm gonna go buy some fishing gear. Because we are gonna fish. This is like the most frightening guy in the entire game. He is scary. And then we're gonna do some really nice shenanigans really soon. So don't blink. We just gotta drive to the Juno Fortress first. This is a really long chapter, by the way, if you played casually. I think this is like third of the game, almost. Yeah, Muse. We heard it the first time. Alright, so we drive up to this fortress. By the way, fun fact, there's doors at the fortress's front there, you can see the doors. You never get to those doors in the game, but they are real. If you go out of bounds and you go to those doors, they actually open. But you don't normally get to those doors. Alright, so really soon we're gonna be doing some shenanigans to the game. So we are supposed to drive to Ordis now. The capital area of the city. Wow, not of the city, this region. And we have a faster way to get there, which involves some secret class 7 techniques called making the game really confused.
Yeah, 3 sets of shenanigans are gonna appear this chapter.
Let's go!
Wait, save, and load, and we are underneath Ordis.
And yeah.
Unfortunately, we don't save that much time in this category because we have to actually grab a chest that was on the way, so we drive back to the chest and lose some time that way. But it's still faster to do those shenanigans than drive because it's a really long drive. But all that, for as great as that glitch is, it saves us like 20 seconds, so it's... But I'm really happy because it used to not even be in this route because people didn't think it could be faster. Because you have to pick up chests. But I cut out one of the chests on the way. And now we only have to pick up one, so we can actually just do that. And what happens there is basically just... Because we're on a bike, all of our characters don't have coordinates updated. And we basically just make a save with a party leader that doesn't have coordinates. And when we load the save, the game just uses the default coordinates for that character. And it gets us placed underneath Ordis because that's the... I guess that's the origin of this particular screen. I don't normally need to buy these foods here, but I need them as backup because I don't necessarily get the Master Quads glitch. So those are foods. Yeah, just go ahead.
The description for the food actually tripped me up because it said it restored EP, but then I remembered, right, I remember those translation errors.
Yeah, all of the CP restoring foods in this game say EP.
Only some of them, but...
Oh, only some of them. Nice.
Yeah, but...
Yeah, I played in Japanese text originally, so I'm not familiar with a lot of that, but it was a little bit confusing when I started learning the speedrun. By the way, do you want to explain why we're running on English text? Do you know
Oh, okay, so, basically, in the English version of the game, is a bug when using English text only, because some person on the localization team or a programmer at Falcom programming in the localization effed up, basically, they reversed the values for the duration and power for start of battle buffs. What this results in is that we get a non-existent buff that lasts a ton of time. However, we can just stack this buff and then we can get free buffs for like really long amounts of time, which is why we play the run in English text, since that saves time during the Cold Steel 3 run.
Yeah, and we fished up a fish that coughs up an action tree, which is really nice. That's a free action tree. And we approach the fishing spot with caution, of course, by causing a massive explosion at the shore. Walk over water. That's how you approach fishing spots in general, I believe. Okay, let's see how this is gonna go. Kiba. So, I'm not sure if Kiba's gonna level up in this fight. It should, normally, but I forgot to do the thing that makes it guaranteed, so we're gonna pray. This fight is annoying, by the way, because if the enemy gets a turn, it has a move that sucks our HP, EP, and CP. Oh, come on. Well, actually, now it's good that we have these foods, I guess, because I can just recover my CP. I think we do it this way. Oh, which one of this is more unbalanced? This one. It doesn't really make much of a difference. Oh, I should have used this first as well. Oh, this is actually not good. I forgot that that thing has a really long wind up afterwards. So I messed up a little bit. I should have used Saintly Force with someone else.
Thanks for the raid, Eat It Up.
I think we just song here anyway and go for the Cavalry Edges, so that was probably a good time to explain why we used the spell.
Okay, so the HP drain effect on Cavalry Edge is the spell that we're using right now is made out of a spaghetti code. So basically how it works, for some reason, it doesn't show in the damage forecast, but actually, Cavalry Edge's HP drain effect grants us a second hit. That's how that works, and so it just deals as much damage as a max tier spell, basically.
Just gonna put our PB routing a little bit off. I really messed up this fight.
So basically, Cavalry Edge becomes the best spell in the game because it just deals a ton of damage relative to its EP cost.
I'm just gonna farm BB off of this clown, probably. Yeah, we got the worst RNG, so we got the suck move, which kind of caused us to have trouble. I hope we are gonna be doing enough damage here, though.
In fact, Falcom had to completely change how the code for the HP drain works in Cold Steel 4 to fix this bug. That's just how painfully bugged this move is in Cold Steel 3.
Oh nice, we actually got the Keeper level up, despite forgetting to put it on for the Einhell boss, so there's a it's an EXP range. We were lucky that way. Yeah, you don't need anything. Oh, it's Scorpio back. So we have to do it. A little bit awkwardly. Black Bell to Silver Bell. And this formation swap's really important. If you forget this, you're gonna be in for a bad time. And now you can also see Rin's at full CP again because we set up the Keeper. Master Quartz glitch. So normally this segment, we cannot walk back right now. So we don't have access to show us. So we have to get our CP back somewhere in another way. I did buy the foods before coming here because I wasn't sure if the Keeper's gonna level up. Because I forgot to put it on for the boss on Altina for getting a little bit of EXP. But everything turned out fine. We took that fight a little slow because I found BB, but now we are 5 BB, so this fight should be pretty fast. And we're gonna be just using Argane Gale into Muse destroying everything, basically.
So yeah, here you can see the Muse 9-turn buff that I was talking about. Normally this buff would only last 4 turns, but here we can get it up to 9 turns thanks to the localization bug I talked about earlier.
Yeah, it doesn't matter for this fight, it just matters for like 2 fights, I think, in the whole run, or 3, but it does a lot for those fights. I haven't tested the Japanese text. It would have the advantage that your buffs are real.
Since we instantly overwrite them with a max buff anyways, it generally doesn't matter to have Japanese text.
Yeah, exactly. But in some cases it might be beneficial, but I'd really have to time it out, and it would be a nightmare to time out. Because timing fights in this game is just hard, because of all the variation that happens with the turn orders and damage rolls and all the stuff. Did we get Master Quartz level up at that fight? If we do, that's really nice. We did, okay, so we can just get it right out of here. Otherwise we'd have to take a shower trip. So we did stuff in orders that we were supposed to do. We are, by the way, what we're doing here is we're kind of trying to figure out why there's this mercenary groups fighting with each other in this area. Which once again sounds like a business we should definitely be sticking our noses into. And that was very rude from that snake, by the way. I took my time to dodge it and then it just did 180 on me. So now we're going to Raquel, which is kind of a smaller town, which is known for its red light street activities. And it's Ash's hometown, actually. But Ash only has an empty home there, sad face. Also, Muse is from Ordis, but we don't use Muse as the lead at this section because we need Ash for reasons. Because Ash solves problems for us. So now we talk to people here. We're still trying to figure out what the mercenaries are up to. This cutscene can ambush you because you have just visited the strait already. And then we are done with the questioning and we're just gonna go and clean up Ash's house. Because that's what we do. We basically visit everyone's homes in this run. Which feels a little bit weird to me. But, you know, whatever. There are actually kind of nice moments in the plot.
We don't even get to do any of our standard JRPG theft, too. How disappointing.
So now we're going to Rock Patio, which has the most... Last, I would say, like that can get a little bit annoying. But we're gonna put a little bit more speed on Reen. This used to be worse with the old route. Oh, this is bad. Yeah, if you don't get inside that wall on the first try, you usually get the enemy after you. I think my angle was a little bit off. But yeah. This doesn't save a lot of time. We probably break even with getting that encounter. But it's a cool way to take anyway. This selection is worth 3 points. You have to get this right. This is a really hard out of bounds to do. I'm not sure where this right spot is. It's not like... it's not entirely consistent. Okay. So Reen goes first, that's what we need in this fight. If Reen doesn't go first, the enemies can spread out, so that this doesn't hit all of them. And that's really bad because Scorpio is a big chunk of our damage. Yeah, like Reen's really fast right now. We have piled all the speed on him. Oh, not that spawn, this spawn. This fight used to be better on a really old route, but that route needs to farm a 50% drop from a fight, and that's just really not what I want in my 5-hour speedrun. And I don't think we lose time, really, just a little bit more annoying this fight. Because if you do the grind, like you get the 50% drop, you get Chrono Burst for this section. And Muse can then gas these spells even faster. But like, this isn't too bad, the way we do it now. And we can do another song here if we want to. We basically can use all of our BB here, but you can see how little damage we do when the enemies are not broken. That's a decent fight. These mercenaries are faster than the previous one, so that's why the fight is not as smooth as the first one. But that's basically that, the end of that day for New Class 7. Reen's gonna be going out with some adult ladies. Enjoy a little bit of nightlife.
One could say he's being the debaucherous prince right now.
But then again, he's going out with his previous teacher and a senior that's 1 year older than him. This is a pretty easy section, we just have a couple of cleanup fights. But one of them is funny, because the enemies are too big. And they will not have a good time. And we need to end this section with 4 BB. That's pretty much all there is to it.
There's also the funny hypno frogs.
Yeah, exactly those guys. So ideally we get 80 CP for Reen here. Seems like we do. So he can use a Gale in the next fight. The Hypnofrogs are really annoying if they get to act, but luckily when Reen has Gale and Sleep and Freeze, we usually sleep, freeze or break all of them before they can do anything. Here we actually take the other route to Raquel, because there's another chest in the upper route that we want, and picking them up in one section would require turning back for one of them. So it's just better to pick up them on different trips. Especially since that's a Brave Seed, which we don't really need until chapter 4. So it's not like we need that fast, we just need it at one point. Alright, so this enemy is a little bit too big for this screen, or for their own good. So we're gonna use a rush here, and then we're gonna make them have a bad time. So Shadow has this really good craft called Thunder Vortex, which puts enemies together, and these guys don't like to be this close together. So they do get a little bit of a shiza. At least some of them.
So basically these frogs have a field-wide nightmare move. The move is a nightmare itself because it is basically an instant loss if they use it. Since normally we don't have a nightmare resistance at this point in the game.
Oh, why did I do
or at least in the run, anyhow.
Yeah, so that's why we want to have Gale on Reen and enough CP to use a burst. So we either break them or we inflict sleep or freeze on them, so they don't get to act. If they get to act, that fight can get really bad. So now we are making questions in Raquel again. This time from the Nightlifers, they have better knowledge. We're also gonna be meeting Claire again for like 5 seconds. Oh wait, we can walk out here. So we ask this hotel. Then there's like stuff happening. This is funny because the music's gonna keep changing, but we don't see anything. And now we have Claire. Let's have Claire lead the party for 5 seconds. Just because we can. So that's a fun fact, actually quite recent tech. You can bind party leader changes to both directions. The default controls only have binding for going down. But if you bind going up, you actually save a few seconds during the run. But it was discovered like this spring. Wait, where's my... Why are these out of the deck? That's weird. That was really weird. Okay, so now we have to play this card game again, except we don't because we have this nice buffet button.
Yeah, he's yeah, Rutger is flexing his card muscles, as we say. He's so strong that even if we do defeat him, he actually reveals after the game that he had a non-existent hand that allows him to win anyways.
Luckily the game is nice for us, and it's like we lose a couple of games and then it's like, bro, you're so bad at this card game that just please continue with the story. Don't even bother trying anymore. And we'll be doing just that because it's fast. And now Reen's gonna be having some real debauchery time with some older ladies. from all the ladies and his Mech. The 3 important romantic interests in Rin's life. One of which was 2 of those are not even available as interests in the game's mechanics. I don't know why Valimar isn't, to be honest. So in this day we're gonna have Muse is not in the party yet, so he's not gonna be she's not gonna be leading yet. She's gonna be leading when we can have her in the active lineup. So this is day 2. This introduces a new kind of form of doing quests, where we have 3 quests and we have to complete 2 of them. And then the next thing coming up is, if you are the kind of person who doesn't like to sell stuff in RPGs, you might want to close your eyes for like a minute while I do this selling really badly. Because we're gonna be doing some selling. Well, let's sell these 2. Alright, so close your eyes if you don't want to see this. Because our inventory is gonna melt here.
This is the greatest feeling.
Yeah, like menuing after this feels so good. Because you have like 10 quartz in your inventory. Not even that.
And we're literally just gonna buy 2 items off of this?
Yeah, and this is like gonna be half our money.
Highly economical.
Yeah. And now we're gonna go back to where we do the fishing. It's basically better to do the fishing here, but then we don't have the action tree for the fights on the previous day, and they become a lot less consistent. And it's just generally a little bit better to do the fishing separately. It doesn't save time as such, but it just makes the run more consistent. Now we're just gonna find this dude behind this rock and pick up his side quest. Because this side quest is gonna give us our first tier 2 bell. And also steel blue. So yeah, we get to talk about tier 2 spells soon. Tier 2 bells. I think we did it already, but let's do it again.
Some guy mentioned them, but I didn't explain exactly how they functioned. So basically, earlier in the run, we had tier 1 bell quartz, which is what allows us to cast extremely fast. That it basically reduces our delay after arts of specific elements. The second tier of these bells, we'll start getting them soon enough, are also like Cavalry Edge, made out of Falcom spaghetti code. And what happens is that for some reason, I don't understand why, they reduce delay on all arts, and every one of these bells stack with each other. What happens is that basically we get to act under 0 delay. We have no delay on any of our actions after this point. Basically, once we start casting spells, we have no delay on our actions whatsoever.
I think we have like 1 delay in this fight because we only have 1 tier 2 spell.
Yeah, normally you need about 3 to 4 to reach 0 delay.
Yeah, either 3 and a lot of speed, or 4, which is just basically always 0 delay. Because yeah, we are dividing by 16 at that point, and it's in the 3rd division, so once it reaches under 1, it's just 0.
Basically.
Alright, so this is the second quest we're gonna do. We have to take this mock battle against this rather powerful individual. I'm just gonna song this buff. It would be better if I could get that off so it doesn't consume my divine song, but it usually doesn't happen. Because we put so much speed on Muse to allow her to have as little delay as possible. Oh, we have 2 delay now, so... The magic girl's not quite breaking the laws of time yet. But she'll be doing that soon enough. Okay, thankfully that broke him, because if he gets under half, he's gonna enhance and this fight becomes a lot slower. That is also why we use Scald for this fight instead of Scorpio. I'm not gonna be taking any chances, I'll just use this. I probably could have finished with one craft instead. But no chances. Especially because we get a free BP heal after this fight. So Reen's gonna show the newbies how this is done. Question mark? Oh, just kidding, he's gonna lose. Nice, 1 hit. Nice crit.
Yeah, nice crit.
Normally this takes 2 hits. And that was the quest. So we done our 2 quests and we got a second tier 2 bell. And we learned that Millium's gone missing. And we gotta find where she went. Luckily she's really talkative and really hungry. So we're just gonna be basically following her trail from different food establishments to one another. And ask the clerks what she talked to herself about. How fortunate. So here we do the tracking. Oh, I switched my leader accidentally. This is Muse's chapter. Go away, Reen. Alright, so we learned that she went to the island. Oh, this is skippable. The next one is... Alright, so who's ready for Ash's island tours? Ash is gonna show us some sides of that island that you're not gonna see anywhere else. Or like, you won't have another opportunity like this. To see this island in a whole new light. So now we're gonna be having Ash lead again. Because he is the tour guide. So this island section would have a lot of movement around. But luckily we have a nice ocean view of the ocean underneath the island. So I hope you like the color blue. Ash? No.
3rd time's a charm. What waterfall, Yuna? It's not there.
Ash, get out of the wall. God damn it. It's like we are almost out, but he just doesn't get out. That was the worst I've ever had it before. Oh, whoops, I turboed instead of. So here we are gonna actually walk into the next cutscene trigger without exiting bound, getting back in the bounds, which is nice. Which is stop in the air. And we're gonna be picking up Taurus, which is a rather strong quartz that we're gonna be using for most of the remaining run. So what does this do?
So, Tauros, it has other effects, but its primary main effect that we'll be using is that it increases all physical damage dealt by a massive amount, but increases delay dealt, the delay we take when using actions. The problem is that we only actually need one action to stun everything, so that's what we'll be using it for the rest of the run. It's basically going to be our primary stunning tool.
we actually make use of the fact that it adds delay for one fight as well. It's just one fight where we don't want to take turns. Which is in chapter 4.
Mind you, that's most Kuro fights actually in the run. At least the late game ones.
Yeah, that's true as well. Alright, so we climb these ladders. These are tall enough that Altina's watching our back. And in this island we basically have to activate these stone tablets with the pendant we got from Emma. The pendant's initial purpose was to allow Rin to control his spirit unification. But it also reacts to these stone tablets conveniently. They are spread across all out. They are like spread out all across the island. There's 4 of them. But we're gonna take some shortcuts if Ash would mind. Okay. Sometimes you just have to switch position a little bit and find a better spot. And we got like one first try today.
The game said no.
Yeah, it said no. But yeah, we are just kind of picking this up quite fast. Right, one more. We walk back to the waterfall.
Also, one of these cutscenes drains Rin's mana.
And CP.
So you can see he has no mana or CP on the bottom right. We'll need to fix that before the boss fight.
Hey, we actually got in and out of the wall in one try this time. So there was a boulder that's blocking the way into like the back end of the island. So you'd actually have to run around like a really long way. But we have Ash, who just doesn't care about these cliffs here. One more ladder and one more tablet, and then we are gonna be going again. Another menu, another fight, and all the good stuff. And now we have 3 tier 2 bells. So now we're gonna be rather strong. No, wait. Keep this off of you. Then I need break this to become this, and this. And oh yeah, you probably want to change these quotes. The Scorpio. Oh, I forgot this. Garment. I'm not sure if you need it. I still haven't tested. It gives 2 more speed than the Panjiro. I'm not sure if you need that to get the 0 delay in the next fight. But yeah.
Normally you need to hit around 70 to 76 speed to hit 0 delay.
We're gonna be switching back to Muse because we have to wait for these doors anyway. And this is her town, so we're gonna let Muse lead here. So we made Rin really fast again, and we gave him Taurus and Skull. I'm gonna save because there's a really small chance that he doesn't go first in this fight. Okay, he goes first. So we give him a lot of speed, so he's pretty much guaranteed to go first here.
And this is our free win. Thank Minotauros, everyone, because these ladies are getting absolutely destroyed.
Now you're also gonna see that. What's the delay on top left when Muse is casting spells?
0. 0. And one last 0 to death.
Yeah. So we basically show these ancient warriors that their time has passed and magic's now the king. Especially if you can stop time. This is gonna be a team in the rest of the run. We're gonna be beating up a lot of legendary warriors with magic. And I think that makes the game make more sense. Like, how do we newbies beat all of these legendary warriors? Well, because we got on with the times and they did not. That's a pretty much scripted fight, but actually you lose that fight if you get a crit on your first turn.
Yeah, because she will enhance.
Yeah. Or if she gets a heal turn, you also lose that fight, but you can at least use a Raging Fire to try and fix it. Alright, so now we have this celebrations, because we saved city. We're gonna be doing one optional quest here. This is not very long, and it gives us an item that we need later. It gives us an item that gives you 5 BB back, which, if you haven't guessed already, is rather strong. Because we are really reliant on BB. And then, you know all that money we got from selling all of our inventory? We're gonna use all of that to buy food. So we evaporate our gear, and then we turn it into money, and into food, and then we're gonna just eat the food. So basically we just eat all of our inventory. Okay, so that was day 2 of this field trip. And then on day 3 things get a little bit serious. Okay, so now we have first time where we don't send the new 7 to home, so we actually allow them to take part in the adults operation this time. Almost. Except we have a little bit of a reduction in their role. But first we're gonna be menuing. And that's the second biggest menu of the game. It's my favorite to do, probably. One of the things I like about the menu is that when you use the auto optimize, the option that gives the bell setup to use is the best is called balanced.
It's called balanced, but it's anything but balanced.
The devs knew. Alright, so we have a series of I think this is 5 fights, which are gonna be cleanup fights, but there's a lot of BB management here. So in this first fight we're gonna just use Divine Song and nuke them with Uses. So Uses is now our muse for a while. And you can see that these dogs don't have much of a chance. So that's the first fight. The next fight, because we want to save BB, we actually don't use Divine Song, we just use crafts, because those enemies die quite easily to crafts. And that makes our BB management a little bit easier. So we Spirit Unification here. And we got all of them. Link with Green, Thundering Vortex them together. And then we basically kill them with crafts and get our BB back. And the rest of the fights we're gonna be doing just with Arcane Gale, and then Uses is gonna kill the enemies. And if we have really bad luck with BB, we can use 1 Brave Seed to fix the issue. Also, we're gonna be having 1 or 2 Master Quartz level ups here. So, if we don't have a Master Quartz level up, we gotta have Reen eat food. But we got Skull level up there, so he got some full CP after the fight due to the glitch. And then, because he has Taurus and Taurus did not level up, then we usually get... We normally get Taurus to level up in this fight or the one after this. I should have actually used Divine Song there. No, wait, I shouldn't, because this takes all of your casts. The problem why this is one of the slowest fights is one of the enemies is outside of Reen's AoE when he does the Argane Gale. This fight is actually faster if Sarah goes first with the Thundering Vortex, because then you can get all of the enemies inside the Argane Gale. I actually wonder if it would be better to move with Reen so he would go after Sarah instead. Oh, that was a really good crit though. So yeah, we used 2 BB per fight here, and we try to get it back as well. Oh wait. Yeah. The remaining fights don't have a cutscene afterwards. We also didn't get a Master Quartz level up, so now we're gonna be eating 4 hot pots. Reen is a hungry hippo. Okay, so in this I'm gonna do a hard cast. A hard cast means I'm using a spell without Divine Song. Hopefully pushing myself just below the next person in turn order so I can get a BB. And that is exactly what happens. And now we just song and clean these boys up. Probably on Nick. This free turn would have been nice if it was like 1 turn earlier, or free order. I wonder if I had been able to grab it with some shenanigans, whatever. But yeah, like, one of the skill components of this run, which I think makes it fun, is finding ways to manage your BB in a fast way. Especially in this section, that's what I like about this chapter in general. So the fights don't really kill you with RNG, you just have to manage your BB optimally. It's a really fun segment. So again, we are a little bit low on BB here. I think I'll hard cast again, or if it doesn't help. It does help, okay. Okay, we have actually this free cast here, so I'm just gonna use this. And then I'm gonna do... I'm just gonna... Wow, you're fast. Okay, I can't really do any shenanigans here. I'll just finish this fight normally then. I need to grab 1 BB at the beginning of the next fight. I'll probably use one of my Brave Seeds, to be honest. I'll actually use one of my Brave Seeds here. And then... this. And this.
Anyways, looks like I've got stuff to do, so I'll be leaving, if you don't mind.
Yeah, thanks for being here. It was a pleasure. And nice to hear your insight on the mechanics.
Well, thanks. See you later.
Yep. I'll handle the rest.
Okay.
Yeah, bye. Alright, we gotta feed Reen again. Because we got all of our Master Quartz level ups, and we also gotta give some food to Sarah. Because she's been busy Thundering Vortexing the enemies. And here's the last fight we do here. So this is basically the same fight. Wow, we got a free turn, free order here. That's nice. I can actually just song with this turn. And then we can Vortex them together again. And hopefully we just finish them with uses on 3 turns, or 4 turns. 1 to cast Saintly Force, and then try to finish them off with 3 spells. I don't know if it's enough, let's see. But ending this fight with 5 BP is really good. It means we can get a really fast But we can get really fast fights in the next section. Okay, that enemy lived with like 2 HP. Rin has a nice long-range craft, so let's use that. Because Uses doesn't reach in that situation. Okay, so that's the segment. We did like 5 fights. And now we're gonna go to Juno Fortress. And Juno Fortress is the place where we were at the very beginning of the game. And it's the first instance where the game wants you to do 2 parties. And basically these 2 parties have to progress through this fortress separately. Oh wow. So the switches you have to press to open the way for the other party. But because we have Uses and Ash, we can kind of do this dungeon in a more innovative way. And New 7 is not gonna be doing as much as they are supposed to, which is good because they are really weak and we don't even have anything set up for them. So Uses is the other character in the game who has an assault attack that allows him to go through walls. And thematically that makes sense as well, like, just like Ash is a rebel who doesn't care about walls, Uses is just so noble that the walls are simply beneath him. I'm really bad at getting inside these walls these days, but for today. Alright, so this is definitely the intended path. You can see all the ducts we don't have to crawl through. And this is the first set of 2 switches we have to press with both parties, so we have to take both parties into the same room to press the switches. And we're gonna be doing that quite fast here. And at this point, both of the groups are on the intended paths, so Team B is on path B, and Team A is on path A. But quite soon we're gonna be putting Team A on path B. So we press the switch, and then we switch on to path A or path B. So we're gonna be heading into the intersection. So the prologue showed this small section here, where New 7 is supposed to fight some mechs and a couple of the Star Ritters. But we're gonna be doing that with Team A instead, which works in our advantage because it's we have a lot stronger characters and all of our setups are on them, so we don't have to move anything around. But it does make the game a little bit uncomfortable. So you won't see it on screen because I'm using window capture. But basically what's gonna happen is when I enter this fight, we're gonna get a bunch of error messages about missing characters. Because we're supposed to have the New 7 here. But we don't. But the game just gets over it, so we are allowed to do this fight with people we have. Which is nice because this makes this a lot faster. Okay, we have to use Blue Ascension because those enemies are too far away from each other. Normally we would use Cal Edge because it's more damage due to the reasons explained by Soft Brilliant. And then in the next fight, it's the same fight as was in the prologue. We have to lower one of them under the drive line. And we also want to have 5 BB after this fight, so we're gonna farm BB off of these people. But they are like low enough that I'm just gonna grab them, because I only need 2 BB. Usually if you don't have as much BB, then you have to take a longer fight here. And now I'm gonna do a link break actually, because if I don't break the link I get the prompt to do a follow-up. And I am already full on BB, so I don't need the BB. So the follow-up prompt will just slow me down. And it's definitely longer than breaking the link. Okay. So we have to... So because we are on Team B's path, we actually have to go back to Team A's path to trigger the other cutscene that this team is supposed to trigger. And once we've done that, we are allowed to progress further. One thing this game, as much as this game has a lot of like weird bugs and glitches, and is out of bounds, one thing this game is really careful about is event triggers. So even though we can like go all kinds of ways through walls, the game doesn't spawn the next event trigger before you visited the current one. So we cannot really skip event triggers, and that's why we have to... That's kind of what keeps us from breaking this game entirely with the out of bounds. Because we have to hit all the event triggers, even though we are otherwise free to go where we want. And here we go out of... like, we go kind of back into bounds by going through the same door twice. And we are heading to the top. And at the top of this building is normally like another set of 2 switches that you have to press with different teams. But this time the game is a little bit bugged, and you're gonna see me press it with the same team instead. But first we're gonna do a little bit of a menu at this station here. Not synthesize. Sleep 1 goes to the factory. We don't need to eat. Alright, that's fine. Alright, so we're gonna actually be heading... So that's one of the switches. You're gonna see switch there, but we're not gonna press that, because if you press that switch, this party gets taken out of the game. So it gets warped to basically wait for the final boss. So we actually just go to the other side. And we actually went across the boss arena there, but the boss not there because we didn't do the event triggers yet. So we press the switch that's on B side switch, and then we somehow get warped to A switch immediately, and we are at the boss. So this fight is actually one of the hardest ones in the game casually, but we have some tricks to do this fight rather fast. So we use Sarah's order here. Sarah's order allows everyone to take a turn immediately. Oh, this is actually a little bit tricky. Okay, I just move once and grab the BB this way. Yeah, this is fine. Oh, but... Oh! F, I broke the link. Oops. Okay, this is bad. She gets to move, I just hope it doesn't wreck us. Would this break? But I don't want to delay you this much. Maybe this would break? No. Hopefully she doesn't do anything crazy. Okay, she doesn't. Now we just break them. That went a little bit bad because I kind of made a mistake. Oh, I'm still not linked. Wow, I'm stupid. Yeah, because I broke the link in the previous fight. This went a little bit off. But we should be fine once Usus gets his turn again. A couple of the Star Readers are gonna recover, so we do have to do a little bit less damage to them, but they shouldn't be able to act. Yeah. So now we Divine Song and kind of finish this. Although I need to have BB after this fight, and this is a little bit problematic. I think I actually have to do the rest with crafts. Yeah, because otherwise we don't have enough BB at the end. I need 4 at least. Ideally I wanna have 5. I'm not gonna hit with Aurelia because she hits hard. Okay. Oh, she gets to enhance, this might be bad. But hopefully we're fine. Okay, this is getting bad. I think I have to rest Green. I think we need Reen's EXP. Yeah, we are not fine. I'll use this and then hope the... Really hope that this unbalances. We are not fine. Yeah, I think we have to restart this fight. Yeah. Okay, that was bad. I don't think I've ever lost this fight in a speedrun. But I made a mistake because I forgot I had broken the link. Please, by the way, don't win this fight, you two. That's gonna be bad, because then we can't redo it. Almost made a really big mistake by winning this fight. Okay, you gotta make one big mistake during a marathon run. It's just it's in the rules, I think. I'm pretty sure it's in the rules. Alright, now we're gonna fix the link. Oh, she gets to go before Reen now? That's fun. Oh yeah, when you retry, I think the game just kinda goes interest. Oh, they separated. This is not good. Yeah, this is really not good. I don't know how to fix this, because they are really separated. Oh, I forgot to fix the link as well. Oh my god. This is not gonna be good. You saintly force yourself with... And we're gonna fix this link now. But they are separated. I don't think we're gonna be winning this fight. Yeah, I think I just have to lose again fast. I can't really quit the game either, because if I quit the game, I don't have a save reload. I think the retry changes the rules how speed works. And when we do the retry, Reen was not going first like he's supposed to. Yeah, we're gonna probably go overestimate at this point because we got the soft unlock and now this. So this is supposed to be one of the easiest fights in the speedrun, by the way. But actually this does demonstrate how fast this fight goes really bad if you don't get it correct. And this is how it usually goes casually, because you don't have the setups we have. Okay, so now hopefully Reen goes first, because otherwise we're gonna have a real issue. Okay, this is just getting worse and worse. Like, what the game? And I don't know how to fix this now. I think I have to load a save. Because if Reen's not getting all of them broken, maybe, yeah, I don't think... I think we have to load a save and just hope it's not too far behind. Yeah. Like, retry apparently breaks speed entirely. So Reen just suddenly doesn't go fast. And yeah, that's on me for messing up the first fight though. We're not. Yeah, we're gonna have like 1 hour 10 to finish the final chapter if we want to go under estimate. It's like plausible, but let's see what happens. Let's just hope this isn't like too far behind. And of course, is this before or after this fight? Let's see. Okay, it's after, thank god. So we can just we didn't lose that much time. But we still probably lost like 5 minutes. I gotta remember to fix the link. Yeah, that's like one thing when you do things in this speedrun that are different from the norm, you really have to pay attention that you like remember that you did them. And when I'm explaining what I'm doing, it's harder to remember those things. Because basically what was supposed to happen is we were supposed to get a BB from Sarah's Thundering Vortex because the 3 other Star Ritters were broken. But because I had broken the link in the previous fight, we didn't get the BB, and that's why we lost the fight. Because we also didn't have Aurelia move before uses, and then I forgot to fix the link again. So I really messed up with the link. But you know, it happens. It's a marathon. These things happen. Hey, at least you will think that this run is actually more difficult if you see me mess up something. Otherwise everything would seem too easy. And luckily the previous fights were usually nice to us. What's this? This wants to be breakthrough. And we didn't need to feed. I could have actually loaded a practice save as well. I think that would have been even faster, but... Well, you get to see me do this weird thing again. Okay, now let's do the fight correctly. But yeah, it doesn't take a big mistake to drop a fight in this run. Even though we generally have... Like, generally we are OP, but if we do even one little mistake, we lose quite fast. Because our setups are good, but they are fragile. But this is how this fight is supposed to go. And then we just use the rest of the fight to farm BB of Arianrud. So I'll just order here. Just a little bit. I think I'll do one craft. I think I'll do more crafts. Just a little bit. Just quite a lot of damage to cover, actually. Yeah, this song is really good. Okay, luckily she is quite far from getting a turn here. Okay, we didn't get 5 BB, but 4 is acceptable. So we're entering this chapter's mech fight at about 43. So yeah, we have another mech fight. So this time we actually used a new mechanic. Or it's not a new mechanic, but something we've done for the first time in the game. So we bought a little bit of orbs for our mech. So now our mechs have more attack, more HP, and more speed. We also bought a bunch of Brave Stones, which do what Brave Seeds do, but in mech fights. And they give us 3 BB. So in a lot of upcoming mech fights, we're gonna be using the stones to get 3 BB. And it's gonna make them quite a bit faster. This fight has a little bit of RNG because the boss has a stance where it doesn't have a 4-star hit location. But its neutral stance, you hit the arms. And we actually got our Unite off without any issues, so this is really good. We can use a craft here. And then hopefully Yuna's spell will move it to the next phase. This is a weird fight in the sense that you actually get a full heal between phases. This is a 3-phase fight, so we just gotta keep pounding. It doesn't have a whole lot of variation. We just basically do the same thing in every phase. We get 5 BB with either attacks or Bravestone. Now we use Bravestone. Then we buff Ash's Mech. And then we unite, hopefully. But this is the one where we have 3-star hit location only. But luckily we got the unbalance. And now we just finish off this phase with crafts. I don't like that. And the final phase is basically the same as the second phase. So you can just enjoy the jams. So this is actually, it always starts in this stance. So these hits are actually guaranteed. We just basically have to wait for Ash to get the turn. Because he has the most strength of all the mechs. And that's why using Unite with Ash is the best. And of course he has the buff from Kurt as well. And now we should be almost done with this fight, so we just clean this up. And usually we end with spells here. And winning with spells is faster because if you win with physicals you get the follow-up prompt. And you have to wait for that to go away. And usually this fight is won with spells. So we don't have to wait for the prompt. Alright, that was chapter 3. So once again we learned what the Ouroboros was up to. We kinda stopped them, but kinda didn't. And they went out. Or they just like went off. And now we have the final chapter. So this game only has 4 chapters, but they are long as heck. And in the 4th chapter we are just basically gonna be helping with the security of the summer festival in the Imperial capital. So the last chapter is where we are basically at our strongest. So a lot of the fights we're just gonna be mopping up with magic, like we did in chapter 3, but we are even stronger. But there's one section in chapter 4 that is really noteworthy, like one of the coolest sections in the whole run. Also we have exams coming up, so we gotta help our students study, which we are about to do. We have to help 3 students. On hangar and student cafeteria. Oh yeah, it's upstairs, not the Mech this time. We're gonna help. If you don't have enough AP, look, if you miss one of the dialogue choices which give you AP, you can actually help the other students from other classes as well, and that will give you AP, which can be helpful if you miss, like, if you're missing like 1 or 2 AP, you can do that. And we actually have to kind of take the exam. It's 314 and 321. That's an easy exam. This is how we take our exams in school these days, right? And that was cool. School's done. Time for dead trap dungeons again. And we are gonna do one last optional quest here. So this we find this deck of cards from this variety shop, and this is a student who's been looking for those cards and has saved quite a lot of money to buy those cards. So he gives us 100,000 Mira for that deck of cards. You can say no to the money and get AP, but we are pretty speedrunners, we take the money. And then we have Angel 4, which is done without Reen. But that doesn't matter too much, because we are really OP. We also have Tita from Sky SC, if you watch that run. Once again, the option that gives you all the bells is called Balanced, which is really appropriate. And this is the longest of the Angel dungeons. However, we have Ash, who has differing opinions. So this is actually the shortest of all the dungeons now. Let's get back into bounds here for a fight. I hope to get a BB here, but if I don't want to let that thing have a turn, so I'll just do the fight. I do need to get at least one BB from this fight or the next one though. Otherwise I have some trouble in the fight after these fights. But yeah, simple mob fights. We get to see Altina on screen. And then we just basically skip all the way to the elevator to the next area. Saving probably a few minutes of dungeoning here. Because this dungeon is actually quite the puzzle. You gotta lower those platforms. I think the lowering and rising of platforms is in this area. But again, we don't need platforms because we can just walk in the air. And we grabbed up a Pyre Bell, which is another tier 2 bell. Even though we already have enough for one caster, we actually need like 2 sets of bells for 2 casters for reasons that will be coming up a little bit later. You may have seen this thing in Sky SC. Nice, there's a BB. So we fought this thing in Sky SC quite a few times. This is a little bit easier than the fight in those games. So once again we have 0 delay, so when we use spells we just get 6 free turns. And thanks to that crit we did it even 1 spell faster than usual. And that's that. So that's the last Angel Fortress. And next up we're gonna be having a little bit of a reunion with Master. So Laura is gonna be fighting her dad. And Aurelia wants in on the fun. So we're gonna be fighting 2 rather strong warriors. But again, we have this setup called Balanced. And they are not prepared for what's coming to them. So because I'm at 0 BB right now, I have to do a little bit of shenanigans here before we get off. So I'll hard cast Saintly Force, which actually luckily gives me both Laura and Fee before the Saintly Force goes off, so this is actually kind of straightforward. And now when Sarah's turn comes again, we have 2 BB and we can Divine Song and just show these old timers what like fighting is all about these days. And that's the fight. So that's another like BB management tech you can use sometimes. You just don't use Divine Song to cast a spell, and you get other people's turns in between the casting, which is sometimes really useful when you need BB. Alright, this is one of those non-skippable cutscenes where you have to press L1 to go faster. So now we have the last training mech fight. This is the trickiest one. Not the first phase. The first phase is kind of scripted. We just hit the right arm. The only thing that can go wrong in this fight is that sometimes in some stances this mech doesn't have a 3-star hit location, and then we are rolling against like this one. I think this is left hand. So we get the unbalance, we get the unite. Yeah, this is guaranteed left hand. But there's like, if it uses an AoE, that one is that one's 3 stars on the right hand. And we break with the range slash here. Then we do a normal attack with Yuna. And now you can see we used Brave Stones again to make these fights go faster. So we are already up to 5 BB again, so we can just use Unite to end this fight. The next phase is a little bit tricky. It has one RNG element, which if we don't get like there's a certain attack that we're supposed to get a break on, but if it doesn't happen, we have to use an extra Brave Stone. We can buy one replacement later, so it's not that big of a deal. Oh, this is actually when we use one Brave Stone in this fight every time. But then we kind of hope we get... Okay, this is right hand, so this is good. So again, this has a little bit of RNG if we get stances where there's no guaranteed spot to hit. Like this stance. So now we are a little bit off script. And I have to kind of just do this thing. I have to improvise now, basically. But I can use an extra Brave Stone to make the improvisation a little bit easier. Because we can actually die to this fight quite easily too. So hopefully this will be enough damage. I don't know if it is. Okay, it's not quite enough, but we should be able to live. Yeah, we live. We live. No worries. Not even close. Don't worry about it. Alright, we made it through. We had to use the extra Brave Stone, which I have to remember, because I do need to buy the replacement. Sometimes you save a Brave Stone in Chapter 3 Mech Fight because of the way the I know the goes. But this time we did use 2 in those fights, so we actually need all of our Bravestones. We just gotta buy a replacement. Okay, last time we're on the train, we're gonna be warping around the train again. And last time we're taking showers. From here on out we're not gonna be showering anymore. We're gonna be a little bit dirty for the rest of the game. But we will eat food. That's basically the same as showering, right? So this is the final field trip. We're in the capital, having a grand old time. We're buying weapons for more than just green now. And we're gonna open up music slots, and then we're gonna buy the last master quartz that's important to our game plan. No, the other way. Alright, so now we're gonna go to the capital, which is the largest city in the game. And it's also gonna have the most running around of all the cities in the game. So this is gonna be quite the warp around trip. And not my favorite chapter, to be honest, to complete. But the chapter Climax is a really good section in the run. I think for lore we're gonna have Kurt lead us a little bit before he gets pushed out of the party again. There's a lot of cutscenes again, which is another theme in this chapter. So we accept our missions, and we hit go. So yeah, Kurt's family lives in the capital, so he's gonna be the leading boy for now. Oh, whoops. Oh wait, no, we're not going here, we're going here. So we bought those pro-ups, all 4 types. And now we're gonna make those into like super pro-ups that give us a lot more speed. The war pro-ups give you +7 speed and 75 strength, ATS, and I think defense. And once again I am forgetting where I'm going because I'm talking. Which is usually why I don't get really good times in marathon runs for this game. So we are now visiting Kurt's home, or the dojo Kurt is from. We're gonna meet his mother. Dad's away in some important mission. And then we're gonna go to the next district. This has some annoying birds on the middle of the fountain plaza. Gotta go around them because they block movement. Don't step on birds, even though birds are jerks in video games. Then we also gotta visit the school that Rin's sister is going to, where she's friends with the Imperial princess. And then we gotta fight a monster. after a short menu. That's what I was supposed to do. Wait, we don't need black ball anymore, we can just use action 3. Awesome ball, this is combo. Oh yeah, the war proverbs, so we bought them, we should probably equip them as well. So we're actually gonna equip Yuna for one last hurrah. So we just need a little bit extra damage in the next fight. So we bought Yuna a new weapon and gave her the war proverbs and some good quads to allow her to do one big hit. That's like her biggest contribution to the run at this point. So this fight, pretty much the same. Oh, we're gonna get the crit. That's nice. So this will be a little bit faster, even. So link everyone with Reen. I also want the BB here, so I may actually have to hold back a little bit. Yeah, Yuna doesn't get to do her big hit actually, because we gotta hold back, otherwise I'm not gonna get enough BB. Sorry, Yuna fans. Our girl's not gonna be able to do her biggest job. Yeah, because actually the crit was kind of bad. Well, it was good, but it was bad in the sense that I was able to use the... I was not able to show off Yuna doing one big Brave Smash. And I am only at 4 BP. I would like to be at 5, but it's not a big deal. Again, this is a section where the fights are really easy, and all you need to do is make sure you have enough BB for the next one. So we did the first like morning's task, but this is chapter 4. They actually give you like 2 sets of tasks per day on the first day anyway. So we got another task. We gotta check out this sewers underneath the racing track. But first we're gonna buy some food again. So once again we just blow the rest of our budget on food. And all that food is gonna be eaten by Reen. He's a very, very hungry boy. So here on that racetrack, we actually gotta... No, don't talk to that person. It's the next boot. So we gotta bet on horses because the students wanna see Reen's intuition at work. For some reason his intuition works on horse races as well. And that's the last AP we do need to get, so that's nice. Unfortunately, Reen plays with like children's money, so we only win like 100 Mira from that bet. Why do you have to be so proper right now of all the times? Well, anyway, we actually did our last shopping anyway, so getting more money at this point would not mean much to us, so whatever. And we're gonna be entering the sewers. Once again, we are lucky to have Ash with us, so... that was not what I was meant to do. So Ash knows a cleaner way to go through the sewers, luckily. We don't need to go through the grimy hallways, we can just go outside of them. It's much cleaner in the void. Come on, get out of the wall. Getting out of walls is harder than getting in walls usually. Like in a lot of cases. Okay, there's a Brave Seed. Which we could skip if I didn't need to use one in Chapter 3. But we had rather bad BP gaining opportunities, so we had to use one. Alright, so in the next area we have some switches that we gotta press, even though we don't need them to progress. If we don't press these switches now, we're gonna soft lock later in the run. So pay attention to actually using the switches. The last switch we don't actually need to press now, but it doesn't save any time to leave it unpressed, so might as well do it. Also, please, someone move this chest 2 pixels closer to the edge. I would really love to pick up that chest from out of bounds instead of having to go back in. Alright, here we have a Magic Knight again. Not quite as impressive as the previous ones. I'm gonna hardcast and we're gonna grab a BB with Yuna. So there you see how much damage she does with this gauge. So 11k. Which is not nothing. But Muse does just a little bit more damage with her spells. So we have Pandora now, which is a really strong Master Quartz. Pandora's main ability is it does increase your mana cost, but it increases your damage as well, of course. And because we also have Titania, which gives you mana back when you do damage with spells. That's kind of a balanced combo. Although we are not actually using Titania at the moment, we're just using Scorpio because we have enough EP for what we want to do anyway. And we're gonna use the fact that Yuna is here moving before Muse to get a BB. And we're gonna do the same with Ash. Oh, he doesn't reach. Okay, whatever. We don't then. So now we just clean up. So these are some elite soldiers from Coward. And Muse one-shots all of them. So your elite units just kind of lost to a little girl. I mean, sure, she's a magical girl who knows how to break the rules of time, but, you know. Alright, so coming up is one of the most amazing chase sections in all games I've ever seen. So we are chasing these special operatives from Colorado. And we are about, so Reen's gonna be chasing these soldiers, and they are not very smart. So you'd imagine you are supposed to like catch up to them, but we are actually just gonna run past them. Right? So now we're gonna pass them. They don't turn around, so we can just wait for them in here. But actually, if you look at the cutscene after this, they are ahead of us. So I don't know what's going on here. But yeah, that chase scene is kind of ridiculous. They definitely went with the least amount of effort for that one. It's basically just a timer, and the soldiers on the screen, they don't matter for anything. So it just ends up being silly when you are good with the movement. We have about 40 minutes left for the estimate. Which I don't know if we're gonna make it. But hopefully we don't go over too much. We'll see. So just for if Stol's up right now. So we had a little bit of a soft lock problem. And we lost a few minutes there, and then I had a little bit of a fight problem where retry decided to ignore speed. So I had 2 instances where I had to load a save that was quite far back. That's why we are running a little close to the estimate. But we shouldn't be, we might still be underestimate because it did have quite a lot of air. And if we're over, we shouldn't be too. Yeah, we got a whoops and then we got just destroyed by the game mechanics. Or rather, we got destroyed by the game mechanics not working. Oh, I'm supposed to warp, not walk. Alright, so this day we have to warp around a lot. This is just an errand day which takes about... It's only like a few minutes, but it feels like it's over 10. So basically we have to go do all these plot points, and then we also have to do 2 quests. Again, 2 quests out of 3, that's a common theme in the game. There's a lot of plot triggers to clear here. And we're gonna do the first side quest as well, because this is a really fast side quest to do. Because the side quest itself is almost all cutscenes. So we just get a few dialogue choices and that's the quest. We're helping out this Royal Girls' School with some harassment issues by baiting the harassers and then kind of giving them a piece of our mind. And that was the quest. Also, one interesting detail about this segment. This particular plot trigger, even though you clear it, it doesn't disappear from the menu. So if you are doing this for the first time, you may be a little bit confused about that. And here we pick up our second side quest, which is another delivery mess. If you remember from like 4 hours ago, we did clear 1 delivery mess at Leaves. And now we clear 1 in the capital. But first we gotta clear some more plot triggers. So at this point we travel to the villa. It's a really nice looking place, by the way. We also were here in Gold Steel 2, I think. With a little bit more pressing matters. Now we're just here to basically talk to Elliot and Gaius was here. And for some reason, this is like one of the most weird screens that don't have a cutscene when you enter them. Because the scenery is really nice, so I would imagine you would have like a scenery cutscene here, but you just don't. Alright, now we go back to the city again. So we did all the plot points, but now we have to do the side quest we picked up at the airport. So we just go to the go through the wrongly delivered packages and track them to the correct places. Because we have everything ready for fast travel, this doesn't take too long. And that's another instance of the game actually not telling us what to do next. But we gotta go eat lunch. And then we can advance the story. Which is actually a helpful trigger. And now we have the most wild section of this chapter. So we basically learned that there's something really weird going on in the sewers. So the operatives that we've been fighting, there's something weird with them. And we're gonna find out that they've been controlled by this ancient dragon who has just appeared underneath the city. No big deal. Just normal trails things. Don't worry about it. And in this Dragon's Dungeon, we actually have to use 3 parties. Oh yeah, I gotta put music in the party and then feed Reen. So we actually are gonna have a menu coming up where I prepare 3 parties, and it's gonna take a while, and I don't really have the luxury of talking during that, so... Ending this fight with 2 BB is fine. This means we gotta grab a bunch in the next fight. Alright, so no big menu coming up, so I'll just let you listen to the music while I do it. Oops. Alright, that was the menu. Oh, actually, one thing I forgot. One of you just wants to have Scorpio. Custom Master Chords. And we want users to lead. So yeah, we are basically supposed to use 3 parties here, but we're basically gonna have users all do all the work. He is a noble after all, so he has his noble obligation to help the lesser, those of lesser status. So he's just gonna solve this whole 3-party castle for us in like 2 minutes. This would normally take probably over 10 minutes to do, because there's mandatory fights. And we would have to equip 3 parties even stronger. We do still have to equip 3 parties, that's the reason the menu is so long. Because we have to fight the boss with all 3 parties. Unfortunately, we cannot have users carry us through the fight. But we are basically just going outside of the castle for the most of the part. And we are almost at the end already. We picked up 1 gem at the way, which is the Skanda gem. Gives you like 20 speed and all the time support spells, which makes it probably the best gem in the game. So we are at the second section. You're supposed to do fights to open this door, but uses just... he doesn't care. Oh, I didn't feed Reen. Alright, so this is fight where we have to get a few BBs. This has quite the banger. This is the second time we're gonna hear this song. So I wanna exit this fight ideally with 4 BB, but 2 is fine. Even though it's a big boss coming up, it's actually one of the bosses where we don't need that much BB. Because of the way the phase 1 works. Oh, it didn't hit both of them. Okay, 4 BB, that's fine. That's all the BB we need for the fight. But even if we don't have all the BB we need, we can still just get BB in the fight itself. So that's why that's kind of a dynamic fight. If I actually had a lot of BB going into that fight, I would just use Divine Song on Sarah and nuke them in like 2 spells or 1 spell. Alright, now we do the trick that makes this thing possible. I'll explain it a little bit later. I just do this tactics menu here a little bit. We want Fia at the front. Now switch back to Team C. So basically what happens there is that you're not supposed to be able to switch to a team that has completed its route. But because we went with Team A to Pat C's exit, or with Team C to some other Pat's exit, that somehow works. Oh, we need the extra gravestone. I'll do it here. Then we do short menu, we put the Skandagam on Reen and feed him. And this is the longest, but this is the most complex fight in the run, I'm gonna say, just in case I have some mistake in my setups. But there's 3 phases, we have to clear all of them. And we don't have casters for one of them, so we're gonna do serious strats. So P is at the front, she has a lot of evasion, she has Sirius and she has Rage. So she's gonna do counterattacks that do a lot of damage. And we purposefully make her slow so that she doesn't get turns. We do that because we don't want her insight to wear out. So we're just gonna have her do counters in this fight until the dragon kills itself into the counters. So what Sirius does is Sirius adds about, like, you do about 5 times your normal damage with counterattacks with Sirius. And then Rage makes them all criticals as well. So that's why he just kinda rips through the dragon there. Then we have the next fight. This is a little bit different variation of what we do in most fights, because we don't have Divine Song. However, we do have Art Celebration and Chrono Burst. So Chrono Burst allows us to cast a spell instantly because we get 2 turns instead of 1. And it costs a lot, but Art Celebration reduces the cost of odds to 1/5. And because we have Titania, we do gain EP back whenever we hit with spells. So we actually, as you can see, Elliot is actually not losing any CP or EP. So we can just keep doing this. And we need to do this 4 times. And that's the phase. And then we are on the last phase where we have Divine Song, so you know what's gonna be happening here. You've seen this movie. The dragon is gonna charge something, it doesn't matter. Because Sarah's gonna be kind of destroying it. This takes 3 or 4 casts, depending on your luck a little bit. And that's the 3 stage, so all of my setups was correct. Then we do a mech version of the fight. This is an interestingly scripted fight. It's one of my favorites in the game. I actually discovered this strat by accident, which is a rather common theme. for me rerouting this game. Usually we used to do this with Ash, because Ash is basically the strongest mech in terms of damage. But because Kurt has a good cancel or impede and a good range slash, this fight actually works really well if we use Kurt, because... Wait, oh, I'm stupid. It was supposed to be the head. Okay, it's a little bit slower than it's supposed to be, but... Now we can use range slash here. Oh, this doesn't not go as well as planned. Ah, whatever. Again, talking while running, not good for your times. Okay, so what was supposed to happen is we were supposed to get more turns during the break. And we would use range slash to push the enemy so that green gets 2 turns during the break. We only lost like 15 seconds, so it's not too bad. I didn't get to show off the cool fight. Okay, this is our final battle in this section. Solo fight against Crow. This is rather simple. We just again gale him twice. And this is why we picked up the Saran Bowder way earlier. Oh nice, we got to slash him before he recovers too. I don't think we have the time beat. I also don't know what. I didn't understand the instructions, sorry about that. We had a little bit of issues, so we are getting pretty close with our estimate. But that was the Dragon's Den. The most... I would say the most complex part of the run. No, surely Diwali was pretty smooth, but we had a soft lock. And then I had a really bad mess up in the... Oh, I'm going the wrong way. This is why you don't talk while you run. Friendly reminder. So I had issues with the Stalritos fight in Chapter 3 actually. Because I forgot to relink characters. I unlinked Sarah and Aurelia. And I forgot to relink them, so I didn't have BB, and then it went really bad. And when you retry that fight, speed doesn't work anymore. So when you retry, Ariandra's just gonna go before Reen and ruin the fight, because she immediately gets out of the formation. So we lost quite a bit of time there. I've never messed up that fight, so... So that was something. Alright, so now we're gonna go to the sewers again, but this time we're gonna go with all the side characters. So we have Reen, and then we have all of the side people. And I usually just like to put Claire to the lead here. We don't have any need for Claire. But I always take the 2 seconds, because Claire's my favorite character in the entire Trails. So she gets the lead section. This section has, I think, 4 fights that are basically rehashes of old bosses. And we're just gonna wreck them with well, Divine Song and some magic. So this is the reason why we had to press the switches when we were doing the out of bounds in the sewers. Because we are now backtracking through the sewers. And if we hadn't pressed the switches, some of the bridges would be like open. And we would not be able to progress. Also, Olivia has art support 3 in this section, which is really strong. I think it's like 70%. So the only thing we really want here is Sarah to go before the boss in every fight. And she should be fast enough to get that done, but, well, you know, speed RNG in Trails. It is what it is.
しかし妙に歯応えのある魔獣どもだな。
これだけの手だれを集めて正解だったかもしれませんわね。
But yeah, this section is just basically kind of fan service. You just get to use whoever of these side characters you like. The enemies are not hard and the characters are kind of strong. But we use Sarah because we are able to edit her equipment. And she is basically already kitted up from the previous fights. That's actually the reason why we use Sarah and not Emma. Even though Emma might be able to do a little bit more damage with spells. But just Emma is only available for the dragon fight. And Sarah is available for like this fight and the next fight. So Sarah is just a little bit more useful here. And switching gears around is slow, so we don't want to do that. Time is not looking too bad, I think. I don't remember exactly how long the finale is. But it's not too long. And this is where we use our Brave Seeds, by the way. Just because we don't wanna mess with trying to get BB in these fights. You can actually one-shot this if you get Art Support 3 a crit and a good roll from Revolution. Yeah, who's this Kevin you are talking about in chat? So here's the bridges that we lowered on the last visit, and if we didn't, they would not be open, and we would be soft locked. Okay, so last mob here, then there's a boss that's basically another mob. Oh, this one goes before Sarah though. That's rude. I just hope he doesn't do any nasty status effects. Because I think some of these enemies can use like freeze. And if you get frozen, you are in for a nice time loss. Alright, 2-shot, I'll take it. Alright, oh, and we gotta change. Oh, Scorpio is 1 up. Oh. And P3. So once again, our boy needs to eat. He's hungry. Forgetting to feed Reen is one of the most common time losses in this run. But it should be kinda easy to remember because almost for all the fights from now on, or for like this chapter, he needs to be at 200 CP, or well, 190.
分かれ道か。左左右ってとこか。ま、適当だけどな。てめえ、マジでムカつくな。
What? You don't enjoy summer festival events in the sewers? What kind of city do you live in? Oh wow, didn't even break. Then broke on the counterattack. Rude. But we can luckily end this fight with 0 BB. Alright, that's the sewers. So now we have like only the finale left. I don't remember how long the finale is. There's a lot of cutscenes, but not a whole lot of gameplay. Alright, so we basically end, well, there's a little bit of chapter 4 left. Actually, we have the dinner party, which, much like all dinner parties in real life, is really boring. And you have to talk to a lot of people. Really annoying. This is not one of our famous Falcom section. That's really not something you see in a lot of other games. You have to talk to every group of people in this dinner party. Some of them twice. And there's a lot of them, and these are not short dialogues. I think casually, if you read all of the dialogue here, you're gonna be in for like at least an hour of reading. Rin especially likes to talk to the Empress quite a bit. So I don't know if he should be doing that. I think his other fans might get upset. Yeah, CS4 has the Pantagruel thing, which is probably even worse. Alright, that was alright, we talked to everyone. Nice, now we gotta do it again, because the game loves making you talk to everyone a lot. And again we are talking to the Empress like 3 times. No wonder the Emperor wants to call Rin to his room for a discussion. I think that's what it is about. Hey, we don't even get bonding points for these events. They're just mandatory. Alright, that was all of them. So we did 2 rounds. Dinner party's over. Talk to the Emperor. Have a good time. Alright, we're gonna skip. I think this is 22 cutscenes next, where we have the infamous gate zoom in the middle. There's like 22 cutscenes you can skip, and 1 you cannot. And the one you cannot is the most interesting one. Sure. Like, that is definitely the one cutscene I would put as unskippable. Thank God for skip all cutscenes in CS4 onwards. Here it is, the unskippable cutscene. Someone work hard on that gate. You gotta see it. Anyway, if you wanna know when to stop skipping here, when the music changes to, I don't remember the song's name, then it's 2 cutscenes. Or if you are slow at skipping, when you see Tova up close, that's the last cutscene. Or that's the last cutscene before you have to press L1. Oh, that's a good point. Yeah, we have to see the barrier so we know to get over it. So that's Tova's face. Press L1, and you're done with the cutscenes. So now we are just gonna do the finale. We start by teleporting about 50 steps.
それにしてもあの空、なんだか嫌な感じね。
And we have this like ominous music, which
まあ、
nicely goes away when we jump on our bike.
さあ出発だ。
宝箱発見。
And that was the last biking section of the game. Alright, now we have even more cutscenes. Especially once we enter the cathedral. Oh, there's no cutscene when you go to the... go there. I'm actually gonna feed read now. We could do this in the next menu, but I don't want to forget. So I'll do it now. Alright, so this is our big plot dump of the game. Luckily we don't get any spoilers because we skip all of it. Basically all you need to know is that a giant egg appears on top of the Imperial Villa, or rather absorbs the Imperial Villa. And we're gonna go in and fight some dudes there. That is also true. Alright, so this is a couple of easy fights here. That's all we need to do now. So here we use the Brave Soul, which gives us 5 BB. Before we kill these clowns. Some nice graphical glitch there. So once again we just Arcane Gale and then Divine Song. This is, we've seen this fight a few times. We just hope they die at the same time, because then we don't need to watch 2 death animations separately. But one dies before. Rude. But the next fight's a little bit... The next fight's more like the second phase of the dragon, where we use Chronoburst to cast spells with Elliot. This time we don't have Art Celebration, so we're just gonna rely on Titania giving us the juice. Dark Emblem. That's okay. So we make Machias really fast, so he can burst drive all of us to the top of the turn queue. And then we just Chronoburst. Saintly Force. Oh, we've got 5 PvP. Wow. We didn't even need to use the Brave Seed. And now we have to target the other one, because somehow the hitboxes work in a way that if you target the right one, you get both of them. But you don't if you do it the other way around. And the reason we can do this fight without Art Celebration is the fact that there's 2 targets. So Titania is basically getting twice the EP back. And that was a nice fight. Alright, so we only have the final dungeon left. And if you played the game, you know there's gonna be 4 fights. Or 3 mandatory fights before the boss fights. Except we are not gonna be doing all of those fights. Because we have uses. Plus we gotta organize the party a little bit. Well, you lead. Green's full CP, so that's fine. Ah, it's fine. Okay. Actually gonna save, because if I make a mistake here, I will soft lock. But I haven't made that mistake, like, ever. Well, let's be safe. So we just fall a lot here. You're not supposed to fall. Well, luckily this time the final dungeon is a lot shorter. So we actually skipped to the last fight. For some reason, while the game is really tedious about that we do all the triggers, in this part it just lets go and lets us do only one of these fights. We can skip the first two. Why are you first? So, well, you know the drill. The only difference is that now we don't have to buff ourselves, because the game gives us free full buffs as well. We actually need to grab these 1 BB. And then we just gotta get to Elliot's turn. Elliot, please, be faster. So, Divine Song and Cavalry Edge, we've seen this movie play out a few times. Alright, that's the only fight we're gonna do. And now all we have left is to equip Muse for the final boss, and then go fight the final boss. I usually have a tradition of not talking during the last bit of the movement, because I want to listen to Spiral of Erebus as well. So I'm gonna do the menu and then we're gonna move. Maybe we'll let Muse lead, because she's gonna do the work. Alright, so final boss has 3 phases. Well, 2 real phases. And we don't use Spirit Unification here, because we just use 3 helixes. The main reason being that we are already fully buffed, so we don't need the buff part of Spirit Unification. We just use like Chronobus to do 3 helixes. Sometimes 2's enough if you get a crit, but we didn't. And then it's the Muse show again. Six spells usually kills, sometimes you gotta finish with a craft. Yeah, this looks like a craft finished, but yeah, one craft and it's done. Okay. Now the mech part, which is scripted as long as you do the right things. So the beginning of this fight is the most crucial. You have to use the correct move to cancel its first craft. I've forgotten to use this on PB base and it doesn't feel good. And we have the Bravestones, so this should be on script now. As long as Lara is not slow, this should be on script from here on out. There's a really small chance that Lara is not on, like Lara is gonna be too slow and misses the buff window. But this doesn't look like one of those instances. And this dragon is fully scripted because it has a 4-star hit location in both stances that it uses at this part of the fight. So as long as I don't make any cursor mistakes, we should be going through this fight without any problems. But the cursor in this game is tricky, so you gotta really watch what you're doing. And now Range Last comes in. One last time showing you that this move is really OP in mech fights. Because every Range Last just pushes the enemy's turn back further and further. We also got full defense debuffs on him. Yeah, if you don't pay attention to the mech targeting, you might just do a mistake. That can be really fatal. Alright, that was good. It died to the Unite there. Alright, so the run's basically over. We have to skip a few cutscenes. By a few, I mean, I think it's 8. And then we gotta do one more. Deal the finishing blow to the boss. And we're gonna be finishing probably about 2.5 minutes beyond estimate. Yeah, the targeting curses depends on way too many things. It's like, I usually know which way to press, but I always have to confirm, because if I don't look, it's gonna be one of those exceptions where the game just goes, nah, not, the logic's different today, sorry. Alright, so we are ending here. Once the screen fades to black, we're gonna be cutting the time, and we're gonna be moving swift to the break, because we are a little bit late. So I just want to thank everyone for giving me this opportunity to run this game. It was really nice to show off the no S-crafts when most of the runs are S-crafts. So time? Hello? Why is my live split not ending? Sorry, I have the alt tab to my live split to end it. I don't know why it doesn't. Oh, I know. No, okay. We're just running. Time's running. This run never ends. Okay, so I'm gonna be moving to the intermission screen, and we're gonna be setting up the next run real quick. So thanks everyone, and enjoy the next run.